With their backs against the wall, facing elimination, the Atlanta Gladiators are back at North Charleston Coliseum for Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals between the South Carolina Stingrays as they look to take this series back to Duluth on Monday and drag the Stingrays with them for Game 6 on Monday night. It's a must-win game for the Gladiators as they trail the Stingrays 3-1 in this series. Good evening, everyone. Guy Chiarenza with you here from North Charleston Coliseum as the Gladiators will look to find a way to climb back into this series after a very tough loss on Tuesday night in Game 4. Stingrays won that battle by the final score of 4-3. Gladiators almost made it a comeback in a game that had its twists and turns right until the very end. Gladiators have scored first in 3 out of the 4 games in this series, and Game 4 was one of those instances. Jack O'Brien opened the scoring for the Gladiators 1 minute and 17 seconds into the contest. Josh Davies and Alex Young and that new look top line for the Gladiators all combined for that score to give the Gladiators an early 1-0 lead. Stan Cooley did respond though for the Stingrays, scoring the final 3 minutes of the first period to make it a 1-1 tie before DJ King, with 2:03 left in the second period, made it a 2-1 lead for South Carolina. But this Gladiators team did not back down in the third period of Game 4. In fact, they came roaring back as it was another early goal from the Gladiators to tie the game as Alex Young scored his first goal of this series and his first goal in his Kelly Cup playoff career. 1:09 into the third period to make it a 2-2 tie, followed by Charlie Combs scoring 6:19 into the third period to get South Carolina the lead back. South Carolina held that lead until late in the third period. Absolute cinema from Chad Nychuk and company as a bomb from the point ended up going into the back of the net. Josh Davies with a tip in front of Bjorklund made it a 3-3 tie with 1:05 to play. But 37 seconds later, Romain Rodzinski with 28 seconds on the clock goes back the other way and scores for South Carolina to make it a 4-3 Stingrays lead. And then the controversy, which actually wasn't all that controversial. We'll get to that in a second. But Gladiators win the ensuing face-off, get into the attacking zone. Nychuk tries to rip another bomb from the blue line. It gets blocked by Pinard. Puck goes back out to center circle. Nychuk with one last heave puts it towards the net, and it ends up going in. And they ended up taking it to review and waved the goal off, and I have to admit and apologize. There was a bit of failure on my part, not really understanding the rule book in that situation as to why that goal was called off. It was never about the time, folks. It was never about the time on the board. It was about the play being offside. So again, I apologize for not conveying that to the audience on Tuesday night at the end of Game 4. And on behalf of the ECHL, we apologize for no really official statement being made by the officiating crew after that call was made at the end of the game. They just waved off the goal, said it was no goal, and then they went to the locker room, and that was that. And there was no PA announcement, and everybody was left thinking that it was about the time. But folks, it never was. It never was about the time. And for what it's worth, there actually was 1/10 of a second left on the clock when Chad Nychuk scored that goal, but here is the official rule from the ECHL rulebook. So ECHL rule 83.4 states that if the puck is shot into the attacking zone, creating a delayed offside, the play shall be allowed to continue under the normal clearing the zone rules. And should the puck, as a result of that shot, enter the defending team's goal like it did on Tuesday night during a delayed offside, either directly or off the goalkeeper, a player, the boards, the glass, or a piece of equipment, or an official on the ice, the goal shall be disallowed as the original shot was offside. And unfortunately for the Gladiators, they were very much offside. Nychuk takes that shot from about center circle. 2 of the 3 forwards made it back to the line, but the lone one between the circles, that was the problem. And so that is the rule, and the Gladiators lost by the final score of 4-3. Tough way to go, but the good news for them is they still have a chance to bounce back here tonight in Game 5, and they will turn back to Ethan Heider here tonight as TJ Semptimphelter stopped 23 of 27 in the Game 4 loss. Garen Bjorklund, who has started every single game for the Stingrays in these playoffs, once again get the start here tonight in Game 5. He stopped 29 of 32 for the Stingrays. And the Gladiators have done a nice job of winning the special teams battle in this series. They won it again in Game 4, going 1 for 3 on the power play. Of course, that power play goal ended up being scored 6-on-4 on the Josh Davies tip to tie the game at 3 before Rodzinski scored 37 seconds later to give the Stingrays the 4-3 final score. Gladiators did go 1 for 1 on the penalty kill as well in a series that really has been quite tight despite what the overall record of the series may indicate. Our very own Shelby Rabideau went downstairs to speak with head coach Matt Ginn post-game after Game 4. Here's coach's thoughts on the 4th game of the series.
A bit of controversy with that last goal from Nychuk. If there was enough time on the clock for it to be a goal, what is your take on that?
Yeah, we still had guys in the zone, so it was offside. It went in before the buzzer, but it was offside. It was the right call. But, that's a tough game to take. Love that we battled, get down, tie it up, get down, tie it up late, and then just a mistake. And I think that's kind of been our Achilles heel a little bit this series, is just those kind of lapses and mistakes at key times, and came back and bit us tonight.
Coach, as you just mentioned, it seemed like tonight the team did a better job of matching South Carolina's physical play, and you created chances. If there was any positive takeaway that you feel is going to help you for the next game, what would you say that would be?
A lot of our game, I mean, we carried the play for large stretches there. We scored some greasy goals around the net, and that's what you have to do this time of year. I thought yesterday we were too perimeter and made a conscious effort to get to the net and take away Bjorklund's eyes, and got rewarded a little bit tonight. Had countless other chances that just didn't go in here. He made some saves or they got blocks on. So a lot of positives to take from tonight, but obviously this time of the year it's about wins and losses, and find ourselves with our back against the wall. But there's no quit in our group here. We expected a long series, and now we just got to take it one game at a time, one shift at a time, and try and come back to Atlanta here for Game 6.
Charlie Combs has scored a goal every single game in this series. How do you plan to contain him in Game 5?
Like all their top guys, you have to be hard on him. He's a good player. He's got a hot stick right now, and he's scored different ways. Breakaways, been around the net too. So as a whole, we got to do a better job boxing out in front of our net here and not giving any second, third opportunities. And just, again, being aware when those guys are on the ice, taking away their time and space, being physical on them. But, he's had a good series, and got to find a way to contain him here next game.
And so here in Game 5, Matt Ginn and those no-quit Gladiators with their backs against the wall will look to extend this series to a 6th game on Monday in Duluth. For the Gladiators, it is desperation time. Their backs are against the wall. They have to win this game. I'm curious to see how the Gladiators come out to start here in the first period, as the first periods in this series have really been quite well for the Gladiators, even including Game 3, in which they lost by virtue of a shutout by the final score of 4-0. I thought that the Gladiators have had really great starts so far in this series, and what's interesting about that is that the Gladiators have scored the first goal in 3 out of the 4 games in this series, but they are 1-2 when scoring first in this series. And so that's quite odd, considering the Gladiators were 31-5-1-1 when scoring first in the regular season. And you got to give South Carolina a lot of credit as well. They have battled through thick and thin in this series as well. Expecting it to be another very tight game. 3 of the prior 4 games in this series have been decided by 1 goal. Gladiators going to dig deep here in Game 5 if they want to keep their season alive. Every play will be magnified in this game. The Gladiators will look to play smart. Matt Ginn has some keys to the game queued up for us, presented by Beaver, Toyota, and Mazda. We'll take a look at that on the other side, as well as the starting lineups here in Game 5. First, a word from the ECHL here on this Friday night of hockey, presented by Freddy's.
In the interest of your...
Tonight's game is brought to you by the ECHL, celebrating its 38th season of affordable family entertainment. The ECHL would like to thank everyone in attendance for your support of ECHL hockey. The ECHL would also like to recognize the following league sponsors: AMI Graphics, exclusive signage provider; Athletic Knit, official jersey supplier; Baron Rings, official championship ring supplier; BFL Canada Insurance and Sutton Special Risk, sponsors of the 2026 ECHL Hall of Fame induction ceremony; Dash, official mobile auction platform; The Fairley Group, official commercial insurance provider; Flow Sports, exclusive streaming provider; Hotel Planner, official hotel reservations partner; Howie's Hockey Tape, exclusive hockey tape and lace provider; In Glasgow, exclusive puck provider. Prolific One, exclusive secondary ticketing partner. And Warrior, exclusive on-ice equipment provider and title sponsor of the 2026 ECHL All-Star Classic. Catch all of the ECHL action live in high definition by logging on to flowhockey.tv.
We are just about set for action here in Game 5. Let's take a look at the keys to the game, presented by Beaver, Toyota, and Mazda with our head coach, Matt Ginn. Key number 1 is to remain mentally strong. The Gladiators are in a position that they haven't been in all season long, and that is facing elimination. Atlanta, in its franchise history, is 3-10 in elimination games. The Gladiators look to double that win total and push their way to the second round by winning 3 straight games. It begins here tonight in a tough venue, North Charleston Coliseum. They're expecting about 5,000 fans here in the building tonight. The Gladiators look to weather the storm and take them out of it early and stay mentally strong in Game 5. Second key is to win the net front, which is something the Gladiators did not do well at all in Game 3. Got a lot better in Game 4 here against a hot goaltender in Garen Bjorklund. They need to continue to do that here today in North Charleston. Look for big bodies to get in front of Bjorklund and get some screens and tips as well. And finally, the third key is to just find a way. Doesn't matter how they do it. Doesn't matter what fashion or form it comes in. The Gladiators need to find a way to escape this building with a win to extend their season to a potential Game 6 on Monday night in Duluth. And those are the keys to the game with head coach Matt Ginn, presented by Beaver, Toyota, and Mazda. Let's get to our starting lineups here today between the Gladiators and the Stingrays in Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals. South Carolina leads the series 3-1, and they will look to advance to the second round. And they will start with their second line to begin play. At left wing, it'll be number 22, Ludwig Persson, standing at 6 foot even, 185. The Swedish forward has 1 assist in 4 games in this series. His starting center is number 19, Stan Cooley, who's been much more active on the stat sheet, standing at 5 foot 11, 187. Native of Regina, Saskatchewan, has 4 points in 4 games in this series to the tune of 1 goal and 3 assists. His starting right winger, who is tied for the league-leading goals in this postseason and has won in every single game of this series, it is number 7, Charlie Combs, standing at 5 foot 7, 190. The native of St. Louis, Missouri, has 5 goals and 1 assist for 6 points in 4 games in this series. Starting at left defense is number 27, DJ King, standing at 6 foot 3, 216, native of Long Island, New York, has also been a point per game in this series for the Stingrays, with 2 goals and 2 assists in the 4 games prior. Starting at right defense is number 74, Connor Moore, standing at 5 foot 10, 174, native of Cumming, Georgia, which is where Beaver, Toyota, Mazda is located. He is also a point per game in these playoffs. 4 assists through 4 games for Connor Moore, as the Stingrays defense has helped him out a lot in scoring so far in this series. And getting the start in net for South Carolina, it is number 33, Garen Bjorklund, standing at 6 foot 2, 195, native of Grand Prairie, Alberta, has a record of 3-1 in these playoffs with 2.27 goals against average and a .918 save percentage. Non-dressers for the Stingrays today: Mikey Adamson, Kyler Kupka, Lyndon Breen, and Caden Bolson. Stingrays are led by head coach Dave Horsofsky and assistant coaches Scott Davidson and Mike Hamilton. Now let's get to the starting lineups here today for your Atlanta Gladiators. Starting at left wing with his best game of the postseason, number 12, Josh Davies, standing at 5 foot 10, 200 pounds, native of Calgary, Alberta, finally broke through in Game 4. Finished with a 3-point night, 1 goal, 2 assists. Now he has 3 points in 3 games in this series. Under contract to Milwaukee of the AHL, the Gladiators' proud AHL affiliate. Davies burst for some scoring in Game 4. See if he can continue that here tonight in Game 5. Number 19, Jack O'Brien gets the start in the center position, standing 6 foot 1, 184, native of Denver, Colorado. Has 2 goals and 2 assists for 4 points in 4 games in this series. Jack O'Brien has had 2 multi-point games, 1 goal and 1 assist each in this series, one of those coming in Game 4. And starting at right wing, number 13, Alex Young, standing at 6 foot even, 179, native of Calgary, Alberta, had his best game of the postseason on Tuesday night in Game 4, scoring his first Kelly Cup playoff goal and points with a goal and 2 assists. He now has 3 points in 4 games in this series. Starting at left defense, it's number 39, Chad Nychuk, standing at 6'1", 194. Native of Rossburn, Manitoba, under contract to Milwaukee as well. Has 1 goal and 4 assists for 5 points in 4 games in this series, as he is tied for the league lead in points amongst defensemen so far in this postseason. He'll be paired up with number 5, Jack Mateer, standing at 6'6", 205. Native of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, playing in his 3rd game with the Gladiators since being reassigned from Milwaukee by Nashville, to whom he's under contract with, to Atlanta ahead of Game 3. Starting in net for the Gladiators here today, it'll be number 31, Ethan Hyder, standing at 6'4", 190, native of Maple Grove, Minnesota, under contract to the Admirals as well. Playing in his 3rd game in this postseason, has a record of 0-2, 3.58 goals against average, and an .870 save percentage. But don't be fooled by those numbers. Hyder has played well in this postseason, and he was great in the regular season as well. 38 games played with a record of 24-11-2, 2.48 goals against average, .920 save percentage, and 1 shutout. He will look to keep the Gladiators season alive here tonight in Game 5. The backup to Hyder is number 35, TJ Semptimfelter. Only notable change for the Gladiators here tonight, Cam Gaudet is in. He'll be paired up with number 8, Ryan Conroy. On the second D pairing, Brendan Less comes out as he is dealing with an upper body injury. So for the Gladiators, their non-dressers here today, number 9, Nolan Orzek, number 2, Brendan Less, number 15, Evan Orr, and number 20, Kirkland Irie are your scratches. And number 7, Mickey Burns, number 14, Brett Bulmer, and number 23, Riley Appelt are all on injured reserve. Gladiators are led by head coach and director of hockey operations Matt Ginn. Assistant coach is Zach Vanel. Equipment manager is Ben Ellis. Athletic trainers Nick Nelson. I'm Guy Chiarenza, and we are all set and ready to go from North Charleston Coliseum as the Stingrays hit the ice to meet the Gladiators in Game 5. Gladiators pretty much keeping their same line combos from Game 4 to Game 5. Matt Ginn really liked the way his team played in Game 4 despite the loss. First line remains together, Davies, O'Brien, and Young. Second line, McNamee, Roost, and Walter. Third line, Sylvester, Cipollone, and Isley. And the fourth line, Nolan, Denemy, and Neely. Defense pairings remain just about the same, although Gaudet does come in for less. And so it'll be Nychuk and Mateer who will get the start. Gaudet with Conroy, and Andrew Jarvis with Dylan Carabia rounding out the 3rd D pairing. Gladiators look to take this raucous South Carolina crowd out of the atmosphere early here in Game 5. North Charleston Coliseum, one of the most tough venues to play in this league. Gladiators have fared well on the road, though, so far this season, as the Gladiators in the regular year were 20-14-2 on the road. Gladiators will wear their white jerseys with blue numbers and Gladiator gold trim, and they will skate from right to left to begin play here tonight. Stingrays are wearing their red jerseys with white numbers and blue trim. They will skate from left to right. As Garham Bjorklund hits the ice to round out the starters for South Carolina. Coming up next here from North Charleston Coliseum, it is the national anthem ahead of Game 5. This concludes the pregame show presented by Freddy's on this Friday night of playoff hockey.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask those who are able to please stand and remove your hats for the performance of our national anthem presented by Patriots Point Naval and Maritime Museum. Please welcome from MUSC Health, Dr. Melissa Milanak. presented by Patriots Point.
We are all set and ready to go for Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals. South Carolina leads the series 3-1. Gladiators got to have it tonight. We'll see how they try and take this North Charleston crowd out of the building early to start. Starting netminder here today is number 31, Ethan Hyder for the Gladiators. Across from him, Garen Bjorklund, who's making his 5th straight start in this series. Guy Chiarenza with you here tonight on the Gladiators Broadcast Network on Flow Hockey and YouTube. Big shout out to both of our watch parties at Kokio and Moe's Original Barbecue, rooting on the Gladiators from afar. And there are a lot of Gladiators fans peppered throughout the building here today. Atlanta's going to need them to make them some noise here, because the Gladiators have to win this elimination game.
Captains are Peyton and Harper Fabshovitz.
Gladiators will start their top line of Davies, O'Brien, and Young. South Carolina will counter with its second line of Person, Cooley, and Combs. Jack Mateer, Chad Nychuk, the starting D pairing for the Gladiators on the back end. For the Stingrays, they will start with DJ King and Connor Moore. It is a 4-man officiating crew here tonight in North Charleston. Referees are Nolan Bloyer, wearing number 31, and Hayden Verbeek, wearing number 57. Linesmen are Shane Gustafson, wearing number 87, and Brian Pincus, wearing number 71. Puck is down. Now we're underway for Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals. South Carolina leads the series 3-1. Gladiators looking to stave off elimination. They dump the puck into the Stingrays' end. It'll end up coming out the center as slingshotting into action is Stan Cooley. Shot from the right wing goes wide of Hyder. Puck stays in the zone next to the keep from Person. They'll slither the puck into the far corner and center for a chance as Combe puts it over the goal. Jack Mateer was there defending. Puck held in at the right point for another shot that's blocked by O'Brien. They put it to the near wall for Davies, and he will float it out as a dangerous scoring chance for Charlie Combs. It's just about 30 seconds into the game. Gladiators need to find a way to shut down Combs in this series. 5 goals and 1 assist for him as they center a pass from the middle of the goal line. Broken up by the Gladiators defense. Long shot by Mayer, eaten up by Hyder. And the clock will stop 52 seconds in. Lads fans, you can make your pick as to who you think is going to score the first goal and factor in with the first assist for the Gladiators by heading on over to our social media platforms at Instagram, Facebook, X, and of course right here in our YouTube live chat. You can cast your votes. First goal, first assist brought to you by Hancock Whitney Bank and Pinnacle Promotions, respectively. Face off to the left of Hyder. Jalen Lipin will take this against Austin Roost, the rookie for Atlanta. Roost gets a piece of it, knocks it back to Godet, making his return to the series after missing games 3 and 4. Walter drives the puck in behind Bjorklund as the Stingrays do wedge it off the boards and pop it out to center. Mayer takes it down the right wing, snaps a shot off a body and wide. Mayer has his own rebound, pulls up at the left circle, scans the interior and shoots. And a save is made by Hyder. Walter takes it out to the neutral zone, immediately met by Funk, who creates a turnover. Lipin and Funk moving down the right wing towards the goal, and Hyder keeps it out, hugging the near post. Puck will jumble into the near corner. Gladiators swatting at it as Walter once again presses out to center. Able to scoot it back to Conroy, who will scuttle behind his own net. Pressuring him is Funk on the forecheck for South Carolina. Conroy somehow able to escape the heat, rushes it to the right wing for Adam Isley. Scored 3 goals in the first 2 games in this building of this series. Isley pulls up in the far corner, ladles it up top for a shot by Sylvester that goes in and out of the glove of Bjorklund. Gladiators begin to press as Cipollone behind the net tries to stuff it in. The paddle of Bjorklund slams it down. It's loose between the circles. Another shot kicked away as Jarvis put it on goal. Now Isley holds the point for another blast, and Bjorklund scoops up the glove with Sylvester camped in front, and he didn't like that too much. And our first instance of fisticuffs occurs with 2 minutes and 15 seconds gone by. Well, what a great response shift from the Gladiators after the Stingrays came out guns a-blazing. Gladiators drive towards the net. Good stuff attempt from Cipolo, and then the puck's loose between the circles, and Jarvis got a good whack on it, but Bjorklund able to see it through the screen, kept it out. Face-off will be to the left of Bjorklund. Shot count 4-2 in favor of the Gladiators early on in this one. Denemy will take the face-off against Patrick Guzzo. And Guzzo has won it. It'll clank off the end wall. Rodzinski will pick it up. Scored the game-winning goal in Game 4 with 28 seconds to go. Puck will leak down behind Hyder. Mateer able to scuttle away from Nakbar. Up ahead has Neely. Throws it down the middle for Nychuk. Okay, in the attacking line, find Nolan right wing for a shot. That goes over the goal. Momentum carries the puck out to center. Jack Mateer will handle this for Atlanta as he moves it ahead to Nychuk. The standout defenseman for the Gladiators, who led them in assists in the regular season, finds Neely behind the net as he heads off for a change. Centering for a shot that goes wide from Denemy. Conroy keeps the right point for a moment as Hofer bullies his way out to center. Puck rolls off his stick. Denemy has it. He's trying to get off for a line change as Davies in the first line makes their way on. Denemy slaps that head off the stick of Young. Puck will trickle into the far corner. Getting there first is Davies, pinned up against the wall by Hofer. Puck is free. Combs ahead to Cooley. Dropped off for Person. Back to Cooley along the left wing. Person once more out of the far corner. He is checked hard and off the puck by Jarvis. Andrew Jarvis, not the biggest guy in the world, but he sure does know how to throw his weight around. Now another centering pass for Cooley goes wide of the net. More collisions along the near boards as the Gladiators scoot the puck to center circle. 2-on-1, Young with Davies, pass across, hits the stick. O'Brien, the jailer, put it on goal for a save by Bjorklund. Puck on the near boards. Nychuk takes a stab at it and whiffs on it. Able to peel it back, finds Young at the half wall. Checked by Mayer, who is assigned from Hershey to South Carolina this morning. He will dispose of the puck for an icing against South Carolina. 4:04 in, and we'll see a face-off near Garen Bjorklund as the Gladiators will come out flying to start in Game 5. And as both teams skate back into the Stingrays zone, Mateer gave Combs a little bit of a push. Jack Mateer arrived from Milwaukee to Atlanta ahead of Game 3 after the Admirals were eliminated from the Calder Cup playoffs. 2-1 against the Manitoba Moose. Face-off on the far circle. Austin Roost will take this against Stan Cooley. Roost still looking for his first point of the series as Cooley has a goal and 4 assists. Roost wins the draw. Mateer at the right point. Gets a lay of the land. Creeping downhill. Takes a shot off the stick of Mayer and around the boards to the left point. Nychuk's got it. Feeds it towards the goal. It's a stick on the way, and the Stingrays will clear. South Carolina gets fresh blood on as Roost enters along the left wing. Checked along the boards. Bjorklund sputters the puck into the far corner. McNamee off balance. Couldn't get a touch on it as it's thrown to center circle for Pinard. Gladiators weasel the puck off his stick as Mateer from the red line will scurry over South Carolina blue. Bouncing to the right wing for a shot that goes wide. Mateer with a couple good chances so far in this game. It's it wide of the goal mouth, and it will escape to center. Gladiators direct it back in as Roost gets off to complete a change. Isley and Sylvester on the forecheck. Watch Krenzen stretch the puck to the neutral zone. Cipollone able to battle for it, gets it away. Delayed offside on Atlanta, and they have to retreat to center. A little over 5 minutes gone by in the first, still no score. Gladiators lead the shot count 5-2. Gaudette from behind his own net will lead this next breakout. Up ahead wanted Sylvester, but the puck rolled off his stick. Boomerangs back to Gaudette. He teased up for Conroy. Over along the right wing, Cipollone from the red line dumps it in. Stingrays look to head up ice themselves. Errant pass it to Skate. Denemy takes advantage. Soaring down the right wing for a shot that's sticked away. Puck is handled by Howardchuk and swatted at by Neely. Gladiators hem the Stingrays in their own zone for now as Moore retreats behind Bjorklund and just airs it out to the neutral zone, looking for Howardchuk. A former Jacksonville Iceman who played in the last series the Gladiators played in against Jacksonville back in 2022. Dumps it in. Gladiators return the favor by rolling back out to center. Now Moore tries to scoot it to the left wing for Hawerchuk. Dropped off for Leskovar. Under contract to Minnesota, the NHL. He tattoos it off the near corner and chases it to the far. Dylan Carabia boxes him out. Puck is twisted out to neutral ice. Nolan creates a takeaway to set up Neely down the middle. On his backhand, tried to return it to Nolan, but it's broken up by Hofer. Those two, Neely and Hofer, go into the near corner. Hofer able to shove it away, has Guzzo left wing. Back across to Hofer, gains the Gladiator line as he stuffs it below the goal line in hopes of finding Nakbar. Defended well by Mateer. Gladiators emerge to center. Nychuk has Young up ahead, creates some separation and tries to pull up for a shot, but Rodzinski is able to punch it off his stick. Puck stays in at the Stingray line. It's shuttled to the red line for Nakbar, and he will just twist it in and get off for a change. Just about 7 minutes gone by here in the first, still no score. O'Brien takes the outlet pass down the left wing and shoots. Eaten up by Bjorklund, no rebound. And we'll head to our first media timeout of the night. 12:59 left in the first period. No score in Game 5. We're back for more action on this Friday night of hockey presented by Freddy's. After this, from our local partners.
Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services is ready to answer the call, but we'd rather prevent them. Our free home safety survey includes checking smoke alarms, identifying common hazards, and reviewing your family's home escape plan. Schedule yours today.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders. Crispy, juicy, tendery tendies. Ooh, that's fun to say. Tendies, tendies, tendies. And they're so good, maybe we should change our... For tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
Scoreless affair so far here in Game 5. 7:01 gone by here in the first. Guy Chiarenza with you here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network from North Charleston Coliseum in this critical elimination game. Face off to the right of Bjorklund. O'Brien will take it against Stan Cooley. O'Brien acquired, along with Nolan Orzek, in a trade from Iowa back in late December. Has been excellent for the Gladiators in his time with Atlanta. Cooley does win that draw, though, as the Stingrays come down the right side for a shot. Blockered away by Hyder. King tries to keep it in. Ends up bouncing to Davies, who chips it ahead to O'Brien. Pass from the left wing hits a body on the way. South Carolina swiftly moves in transition. Gladiators get back defensively to create a turnover as Conroy pots it into the far corner. They'll be fielded by DJ King. A point per game so far in this series is DJ King. 2 goals and 2 assists. Scored the game-winning goal back in Game 1 and scored again in Game 4. Shot from the right wing, goes around the horn. Nychuk behind the cage, lifts it to the line, kicked downhill by Moore, back to Nychuk. Second attempt to clear is also held in. Bernard puts it to the end wall for a centering feed. Mateer sweeps it away in a hurry. Lipin stumbles, but finds Wilkins behind the net. He'll swoop out to the far wall. Longtime Stingray moves to his forehand and ladles it to the far wall. Lipin deep behind the net, looks to center, and Hyder is able to keep it out as Bernard was lurking in front. Walter has McNamee down the left wing. McNamee with some separation. Looks to go back to Walter. Pass through the slot. This is the intended target. Bruce keeps the zone at the line. Ends up turning it over to Wilkins. He slowly enters along the left wing and leaves it for Bernard. Back to Wilkins' right wing for a shot that's sticked away by Hyder. Puck will plop down on the far wall and be handled by Captain Cody Sylvester. 11:13 left in the first. Gladiators with a shot count 7-5. Drop pass in the high slot for Sylvester. Carabia thought about teeing it up, finds Cipolone on the right wing for a bouncer towards the goal. Swatted away by Leskovar. And the Stingrays will air it out to the blue line and Cipollo can't keep it in. Now Adam Isley in front of the area between the benches. Moves it across to Gaudet. He angles it off the stick of Cipollo and in. And he'll get off for a change. Stingrays behind their own net. Got a change of bodies as well as Leskovar will roll out to the left wing and pass it that way. Wanted Locus ahead, but did not connect. That is an icing on South Carolina with 10:25 on the clock in the first period. Gladiators hockey is presented by Zivil Performance and Recovery. Zivil Performance and Recovery is the official recovery partner of the Atlanta Gladiators. With cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light compression, float and oxygen therapy, Zivil helps reduce inflammation, speed recovery, and boost energy. Zivil, train hard, recover smarter, and perform like a Gladiator every day. Face off to the right of Bjorklund, won by the Stingrays. Floated out to center where it hits a skate, goes towards Conroy, throws an open ice check on Howard Chuck to keep that puck away. And the Gladiators are able to drift it through center. That'll be an icing on Atlanta. This makes its way all the way down with 10:09 on the clock. And so one of the big losses for the Gladiators coming into this game was Brendan Less. Unable to go out of the lineup. That is Conroy's usual defense partner. Tonight, he is on that second D pairing with Cam Gaudet, who we thought played quite well in the first two games of this series. As the Gladiators win a defensive zone face-off. Nolan out to center, chips it ahead for Neely. Tried to bulldoze his way down the middle, but was boxed off the puck. Left for Conroy for a shot. Saved by Bjorklund with no rebound. A dying 59 on the clock. And afterwards, a bit of a skirmish. Neely tied up with King. And the Gladiators will get a line change in. For Eric Neely, here tonight, he is playing in his 8th Kelly Cup playoff game. He is yet to record a point in the 7 prior. He was back with the Gladiators for 3 games in their first-round matchup against Jacksonville 4 years ago, and has played now in all 5 games in this series. It's a point per game in his return in the final 5 games of the regular season. He has since gone off to the bench. Meanwhile, Cooley pulls up on the far wall, looks to center, broken up by Young. He'll take it on the run. Alex Young, pass across for a shot, goes off a stick and out of play. Was able to connect with O'Brien for the active stick from Connor Moore, directed the puck into the netting. We'll get an offensive zone face-off here for Atlanta. Great situational awareness from Alex Young to pick off that pass. Got it to O'Brien, but a good defensive play by Moore. And now we'll see the face-off to the right of Bjorklund. Neely against Lipin. I beg your pardon, O'Brien against Lipin. As O'Brien wins it to Nychuk, racing down the left wing for a shot. And Bjorklund soaks that one up like a sponge as well. We'll get another face-off to his right as O'Brien gets a bit of a shove after the whistle. I believe that came from Simon Pinard. And it did. And Pinard held to just 1 assist so far through the first 4 games of this series. Gladiators have done a good job of locking down the ECHL's 4th leading point scorer in the regular season so far in this series, but had trouble containing others like Charlie Combs. As Mateer floats a shot towards the goal, blocked in front and sent away. Davies throws a check on Lipin in the far corners. The Stingrays make their way to center. Bernard tries to reel in a pass on the left wing, but it was a tad too far ahead. Gets checked by Mateer in the far corner, but somehow slithers out of the coverage. They'll jab it to the near corner for Wilkins, who puts it up high. Rodzinski back down low as it clamber off the stick and go out of play with 9:10 on the clock. And the Gladiators done a good job of getting shots on goal here in the first period. They've outshot the Stingrays 10-5 to this point. And one interesting note about this series is the team that has outshot the other through the first 4 games of this series has lost. The Gladiators 0-3 when out shooting the Stingrays in this series, and are 1-0 and being outshot. Of course, that lone game that Gladiators were outshot was game 2 in this building. Stingrays win the ensuing draw. They plop it behind the net. It's grabbed by Jarvis. Tries to scoot away from Locus. Touch pass to Roost, and he's able to find Carabia, who lobs it out the center in hopes of finding McNamee. Puck bounces away from his sticks, who tries to peel away from Krenzen. Stretch pass for Howard Chuck, just a bit off the mark, as Funk keeps it alive along the left wing. Chucks it to his right. Roost keeps it away from Locus. On his backhand, spins it to the line. First attempt to clear doesn't get out. McNamee bulldozes his way to the neutral zone as he outlets to Roost down the right wing. Austin Roost curls in the far corner. Off the wall to Conroy at the point. Leskovar forces out to center as moves it cross ice to Howard Chuck. Spinorama down the right wing, kept to the outside by Gaudette. Howard Chuck centers for a shot by Mayer. That's blocked by Sylvester. Captain lays out the body to get in front of that as Mayer backpedals into his own zone. Riley Webb was reassigned from South Carolina to Hershey earlier in the week between games 4 and 5. And Mayer comes from Hershey to South Carolina earlier this morning. Meanwhile, Gaudette, first-year pro out of Stonehill College. Outlets to the left wing for Adam Isley. He'll sling it to the right wing looking for Conroy, but it goes into a vacant area, and the defenseman will get back into position. And now off to the bench. Stingrays direct the puck down to Hyder. He'll come out to the trapezoid to play it. Hurls it to his left, off his skate. It's a turnover. It'll skip towards the net, and the Gladiators clean up house. Almost a dangerous play there, but Atlanta survives. Outlet pass to Isley, goes into the far corner. Stingrays able to keep it away as Hofer looks up the ice. Over the logo, bounces to the right wing. Has it taken away by Nychuk, who whips it back out to center circle. 7:08 left in the first. No score in game 5. Gladiators lead the shot count 10-5. Combs shot from the left wing, off the stick and wide. Krenzen at the right point, deals it inside to Cooley. Shot goes off a stick and into the catching glove of Hyder with 6:52 on the clock in the first. It's a more pushing and shoving after the whistle, as that's become a theme in this series. Ethan Hyder making his 3rd appearance of the series here tonight. Gladiators have rotated their goalies game by game in the regular season. Have stuck to the status quo so far in this series. Hyder started games 1 and 3, and now game 5. Hyder stopped 20 of 24 in the 4-0 loss in game 3. A game that I really don't think that you can put on Ethan Hyder, as the Stingrays did a good job of making his life very difficult with guys camped out in the net front. The Stingrays win the draw to Hyder's left. At the left point, Krenzen stuffs it behind the net. Gladiators get a stick on it as Gaudette tries to clear. Kept in from a kick by Rodzinski. Puck goes into the far corner. Conroy wraps up the boards to Neely, and he'll shove it out to center. 6:30 left in the opening frame. No score in this one. Stingrays lead the series 3-1. Gladiators with their backs against the wall, looking to take game 5 and force a game 6 in Duluth on Monday. Mayer has a pass interrupted by Carson Denemy in the neutral zone. Second-year Gladiator tried to dump it in deep, but Stingrays are able to throw it back down near Hyder. Puck available along the near side boards. Mayer on the backhand tries to push it deeper. Springs it to Wilkins, who is shadowed by Nychuk. Fans calling for a holding penalty. Nychuk just makes a good defensive play. Stingrays twist the puck to the right wing. They'll have to reset as it jumbles back into their own zone. They'll send it off the stick of Pinard and in. He'll head off for a change as Hyder plays it to Mateer behind the cage. Now Nychuk tried to quickly touch it to O'Brien, but it ends up sputtering towards Hyder, and doesn't look like he's a gambling man. He freezes with 5:32 left in the first. This game still scoreless. We're back for more first period action after this from our local partners here at Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals.
We're 20, and yeah, we're celebrating big. Because in 20 years, we didn't just make the gear. We made hockey cooler. They said we were too loud, too flashy, too different. They told us to tone it down. The Warriors don't tone it down. We go full throttle. And this is just the start. 20 years in and we're just getting warmed up. We're still the brand that makes the gear you can win in, chirping, partying. And if you thought we were bold before, just wait. The next 20 years start now.
Life's too short for ordinary whiskey. Make it infamous. Now available at Mega Package Store, 2820 Lawrenceville, Sewanee, Oregon, 4 miles from Gas South Arena.
5:32 left in the first period here in Game 5 between the Gladiators and the Stingrays. Still no score. Face off to the left of Hyder. Gladiators lead the shot count 10-5, which has been stuck in that position for quite a while, it seems. Young will motor down the right wing and put an end to that. Tries to put one towards the goal. Gets blocked by King. Clearing attempt taken in by Young for a shot by O'Brien. Young drives toward the goal with the rebound, and popping it out was Bjorklund. And he's got it. Pushing and shoving afterwards. The clock is still rolling. Now they finally stop it. And now Young, swaddled up by Howard Chuck, has lost his bucket in the process. Gladiators with a great chance on goal. Young and O'Brien combining for the chance. Bjorklund on his backside just reached up into the air with his glove to take away the second opportunity. It looks like we might have our first penalties of the night as Alex Young is being directed towards the visitors' penalty box. Meanwhile, Ian Locust and Josh Davies are still pushing and shoving each other. It looks like Howard Chuck is going to take a seat as well. The 4-on-4 action, it seems. Very good look at the replay in-house. Bjorklund, yeah, just able to kind of clamp down on it like a hungry hippo with his glove on his backside. Gladiators just crashing the crease, trying to get something to go. Looks like it'll be roughing penalties to both Young and Howard Chuck. With 5:11 left in the first. And I have to think that this favors the Stingrays, and the reason I say that is because Ben Howard Chuck isn't really a goal scorer for the Stingrays. He's more of an agitator, as he did lead the team in penalty minutes, the 124 in the regular season. But for Alex Young to lose him with some open ice, that does sting for the Gladiators. We'll see if they can get one here on the 4-on-4 without him. Roughing penalties to Young and Howard Chuck with 5:11 left in period 1. Interestingly enough, they didn't credit the Gladiators with a shot on goal for that last sequence. It'll be a neutral zone face-off. Gladiators will send out Walter, Roost, Nychuk, and Mateer. 2 forwards, 2 defensemen. Stingrays win the open ice draw.
Penalties on both teams. For Atlanta, number 13, Alex Young.
Brodzinski
And for the Stingrays, number 10.
from the neutral zone, skates over the Gladiators' blue line. Entering along the right wing, puts it behind the net. Mateer cuts off Brodzinski, who followed his own dump in. Just ladles it to Nychuk, and the Gladiators are going to lay the land.
14:49 of the first period.
Roost will take it down the left wing. Springing into action, delays for Walter. Touched back to Roost at the left point. Leaves it for Mateer. Pick and roll for a shot. Through a screen, it's blocked. Gladiators push it wide of the net as Roost is unable to get one final stick on it. The Stingrays will chuck it to center. Pass behind Pinard. Gladiators able to scoop up the free puck. Already 50 seconds gone by and the penalties to Howard, Chuck, and Young. Adam Isley takes it over the red line. Now Stingrays blue. Isley tries to cut to the slot, but it's boxed off his stick by King. He'll possess behind Bjorklund. Quickly swoop out down the middle. Rushes it left wing for Cooley. Over the red line he goes. Knocks it off the wall for King in the far corner. Gaudette gets in front of him. Cooley keeps the puck for South Carolina. Wedged off it by Conroy. Cipollone takes flight. Powering down the left wing. Centers for Gaudette. One quick pass to Isley for a shot. He scores! Adam Isley opens the scoring in Game 5. His 4th of the series, his first since Game 2, all of which have come in this building. For the 4th time this series, the Gladiators have struck first. And who else but rookie sensation Adam Isley. Great zone entry from the Gladiators, moving in transition. The goal comes 4-on-4 with 3:40 left in the first. Still 29 seconds remain on the matching minors to Howard, Chuck, and Young. Wilkins takes it down the middle, makes his way to the net, tries to go to the forehand, and it ends up going wide. Delayed penalty on the Gladiators. Bjorklund to the bench, the shot goes towards the goal. Ping-ponged off a skate to Hyder, but he's got it. And the whistle will blow with 3:21 left in the first. Gladiators lead 1-0, but the Stingrays are going to an abbreviated 4-on-3 power play. With 10 seconds left on the sentences to Young and Howard Chuck. Jarvis is going to sit. I believe the call was slashing. Far side official didn't give me quite a good signal, but you see one from the near. And for those of you wondering, I'm on your far side, for those of you watching on Flow Hockey. So Jarvis in the box. Gladiators take the puck away on the ensuing draw. 3-on-2 up ice. Cipollone will chip it and chase it into the far corner. That'll shave off the penalty time to Young and Howard Chuck. So now it is a Beaver Toyota Mazda penalty kill. 5-on-4 for South Carolina. Leipin bullies his way into the near corner. Tries to leave it for Pinard. Puck will skip off a stick behind the cage to Mateer. And he'll whip it the length of the ice for a Gladiator clear.
Adam Jarvis, 2 minutes for slashing in 16:39 in the first period. That's number 6, Andrew Jarvis for Atlanta, 2 minutes for slashing in 16.
Leipin drags it over the attacking line, pushes it to the right wing for Wilkins. As Moore in the corner, up top to Combs. Stutter step back to Moore, pass across to Pinard at the left points. Back to Moore, right wing for a shot that bounces off a stick and wide. And now the Gladiators look to clear, but Pinard keeps it at the line. Drifting towards his right, feeds it that way for a shot. Save made by Hyder as the stick of Wilkins broke. Tries to get off for a new one as Denemy takes it in the near corner, presses up the ice. Extra effort from Nolan to touch it to Denemy, and the Gladiators will scoot it all the way down to Bjorklund for a clear. 45 seconds left on the penalty to Jarvis. And 2 minutes left in the first. Gladiators lead 1-0. Person takes it down the left wing, moving with Nakbar. Interrupting that play was Davies. Stingrays forced to pelt it to the end wall for Locust. They ladle it to the line for Person. Across for a shot. Rodzinski took it. O'Brien blocked it. Ends up boomeranging back to Rodzinski. They'll slam it down to the end wall for Nakbar. Gladiators to force him from the puck, and a diving play from Rodzinski. Wasn't able to keep the puck in the zone. It's another clear for Atlanta. 10 seconds left on the penalty to Jarvis. Locust enters right wing. Left for Funk. Tried to go across, hit a stick on the way, and the Gladiators will clear once more as Jarvis exits the box. Gladiators 1 for 1 on the Beaver Toyota Mazda penalty kill here tonight. And 1 for 1 in Game 4 as we get a whistle with 1:08 to play as Nakbar is barking at the Gladiators bench. I believe those words were intended for Jack O'Brien. It has been a very spirited series, to say the least. Got a good look at what happened as Young and Nakbar tied up in front of the Gladiators benches. O'Brien was just trying to, excuse me, O'Brien and Nakbar were tied up in front of the Gladiators benches. O'Brien was just trying to get off. And Nakbar is going to head off to the penalty box, and the Gladiators play to the eco-electric power play. It's the Gladiators' first power play of the night. They did score 4-on-4 with the goal from Isley. Cam Gaudette and Joey Cipollone had the assists. The Gladiators to the power play. 1:08 left in the period. They'll send out the first unit of Young, O'Brien, Walter, Nychuk, and Roost. Young on the far wall puts it to the line for Nychuk. Back to Young along the right wing. Nychuk once more for a shot off the stick and over the cage. Roost keeps it in at the left wing. Dropped off behind the net by O'Brien, who got tied up. Stingrays quickly to force the puck away from the Gladiators' grasp as Pinard heaves it down to Hyder. And a skipping puck fielded between the circles. They'll leave it for Nychuk, who will lead this charge. Watch out for Chad Nychuk on this power play for the Gladiators. Had 17 power play assists in the regular season. Walter's snapshot goes wide of the net. Krenzen has the loose puck, and he'll slip it down the ice for another clear. Down to just 22 seconds in the period. Nychuk motors through the neutral zone. He'll slingshot Walter into action. Puck slapped off his stick, and all the way down to Hyder for another Stingray clear. There'll be one last gasp on the power play here. 6 seconds left in the period. Roos left wing to Young. It'll glance off his stick. He'll take it into the corner. He will center, looking for Cipollone. Hammered off a stick and wide, and that will be the end of the first period. Gladiators will have 52 seconds of power play time to open the second period of play with. Atlanta with a 1-0 lead. Through 20 minutes of play, it is the third such instance in this series that the Gladiators have had the lead after one period. And also with that same score. Lone goal scored in this game, 4-on-4 from Atlanta's rookie phenom, Adam Isley. Assisted by Cam Gaudette and Joey Cipollone with 3:40 left in the first. Break it all down on the other side for the first intermission reports. And we'll preview the second period as well and talk some shop here in a critical elimination game for the Gladiators as they look to force a Game 6 on Monday in Duluth. Shot count reads 12-8 in favor of Atlanta through 20. We're back for the first intermission report after these words from our local partners. It's Atlanta 1 and South Carolina 0 at the conclusion of the first period.
Feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Sometimes life's collisions leave us feeling off balance. But at 100% Chiropractic, we know how to get you back on track.
We don't just straighten you out, we empower you. We educate you on how to get to the root cause and give you a play-by-play strategy on how to get you back to 100%.
We even use lasers.
Fucking lasers!
Our $49 first experience includes a complete set of comprehensive chiropractic x-rays, a fit 3D scan, and your first life-changing adjustment. Visit us and break the ice. Discover the power of chiropractic care at 100%.
When you need inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger. For thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And low prices that add up to big savings, like over $600 in digital coupons each week, and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services is ready to answer the call, but we'd rather prevent them. Our free home safety survey includes checking smoke alarms, identifying common hazards, and reviewing your family's home escape plan. Schedule yours today.
Gladiators lead the Stingrays 1-0 in a critical Game 5. Atlanta facing elimination with South Carolina leading the series 3-1. Guy Chiarenza with you here from North Charleston Coliseum, deep behind enemy lines on the Gladiators Broadcast Network on Flow Hockey and YouTube. I want to extend a big hello to all of our fans back in Georgia, watching from our watch parties at Kokio and Moe's Original Barbecue. Thank you so much for your support of Gladiators hockey, and we were treated to a great first period for the Gladiators. Bit of a rough start for the first 2 or 3 minutes or so. South Carolina really came out trying to push the narrative, but the Gladiators did a great job of quickly taking that away. And Atlanta really settled into the period in the minutes that followed, as the Gladiators quickly started beginning to outshoot the Stingrays and getting some really good opportunities on goal. And it's kind of that desperation factor that we were talking about in the pregame and really throughout the course of the series is the Gladiators needed to come out with something here in the first period in Game 5. Otherwise, this could be it for them. But thankfully, Atlanta comes out with a purpose and really test Bjorklund early on. They don't score, which at times in the regular season has hampered their play down the stretch in games, but Atlanta able to stick with it in this first period. South Carolina started to get some chances of their own towards the period's end, and for much of the period we didn't see any penalties until Alex Young and Ben Howardchuk go to the box with matching roughing minors. That sends us to a 2-minute 4-on-4, and I remember in that moment kind of thinking to myself that that could end up benefiting South Carolina more than it would Atlanta, because Ben Howardchuk is more of an agitator. It's really his job on their team to do that, to take away the Gladiator stars and put them in the box. And Alex Young is one of the Gladiator stars, led the team in scoring in the regular season with 59 points, playing in all 72 games. And they took Young out of the equation. There was some open ice, and it was actually the Gladiators that took advantage of that. Thank goodness, as Adam Isley continues to make his name known in these parts. Stingray fans are very familiar with Seth Isley, the brother of Adam Isley, who's the Stingrays' backup goaltender. Adam Isley has 4 goals in this series, and all of them have come in this building. Isley scored twice in Game 1. Once in Game 2. Now he's back on it here in Game 5, scoring with 3:40 left in the first period on the 4-on-4. And it was just a swift zone entry from the Gladiators. Stingrays thought they had him stuffed at the line. Isley was able to rip a right-wing shot past Bjorklund to open up the scoring here for the Gladiators in the 5th game of this series. Gaudette and Cipollone are credited with the assists on the goal from Adam Isley. And that, to this point, is your lone goal in this contest. And it didn't matter who was going to be here tonight. Somebody has to step up for the Gladiators. And, at times in the previous games back in Duluth in this series, kind of mentioned that Gladiators needed somebody in their bottom 6 to step up. And if you really can't consider Adam Isley a bottom 6 guy, he's really gone up and down the lineup in terms of where he's placed ever since joining the team. But over the last few games, he has been a part of the bottom 6 for the Gladiators. And he ends up being the difference there in the first period. Joey Cipollone gets an assist on that play as well, as Isley and Cipollone do make up the Gladiators' bottom 6. And the Gladiators get the scoring started in Game 5, which I felt like is something that they needed to do. And we talked about it in the pregame show. I'll mention it again here, as our audience is a bit larger since then. The Gladiators in the regular season when scoring first were 31-5, 1-1. But for whatever reason in this series, they're 1-2 when scoring first. And now they've scored first for the 4th time out of 5 games in this series. And so this is familiar territory for the Gladiators. Open with a lead. Most of the time in the regular season, they were able to take that lead, clamp down, and win because of it. But in this series, South Carolina has been scrappy, and they've gotten some greasy goals to pull them back into games. And really something that's interested me so far in this series is the scoring from the South Carolina defense. The Stingrays have combined 13 points from defensemen in this series. And South Carolina's defensemen have been good puck movers for them, really setting up chances and getting pucks towards the net. Another interesting note on that is the Stingrays defensemen only have 15 shots on goal through 4 games in this series. Look on the other side, the Gladiators have doubled that count. Coming into the matchup, the Gladiators had 32 shots on goal combined from 7 defensemen, but only 6 points from the Gladiators defensemen in this series. 5 of those coming from Chad Nychuk. The lone assist from Ryan Conroy in Game 1 is the only other point the Gladiators had from a defenseman coming into this game. And so for the Gladiators, I think the first element is to try and take away that puck-moving ability from the Stingrays defensemen at the line, as they will try and put pucks towards the net. We've seen a lot of blocks in front, but loose pucks have played the Gladiators in this series. And we mentioned win the net fronts as one of the keys to the games from head coach Matt Ginn, presented by Beaver Toyota Mazda in the pregame. Gladiators did not do a great job of winning the net front in Game 3, and I do believe that is a big reason as to why they lost that game. Got better at it in Game 4, but ended up losing a heartbreaker. And here in Game 5, it has once again been a better effort from the Gladiators to take away the vision of Bjorklund and really crash the crease and try and get those loose pucks when they're available. Really, the Stingrays' memo coming into the series from Game 1 onwards has been to crash the crease and pick up loose pucks in front of Ethan Heider. And I think the Gladiators are starting to recognize that. They're starting to push those pucks away, keep them to the outside. I think that's going to be one of the large story points here in the second period and beyond here in this game, as it seems like it has been those greasy goals and those pucks left in the net front for the Stingrays that have allowed them to crawl back into these games. I think back to the game winner back in Game 1 scored by DJ King. Really, both of his goals in this series were scored that way, as King scored in Game 1 and Game 4, both out in front of the nets. We've seen Rodzinski score on a similar style of play. And so for the Gladiators, if you're able to take away that and clean up shop in front of Ethan Heider, I think you have a really strong chance to win this game. But he's still got a lot of hockey left to be played, 40 minutes to be exact, and who knows how much longer. But the good news for the Gladiators is they have the lead, and they are in familiar territory. We'll have to see what they do here in the second period as they look to stave off elimination and take Game 5. We're back for more first intermission content on the other side of the break. Gladiators lead the Stingrays 1-0 off the lone 4-on-4 goal scored by Adam Isley with 3:40 left in the first period. Gladiators and Stingrays here at North Charleston Coliseum for Game 5. We're back for more first intermission action after these words from our local partners.
It's game day and Bucky's ready for action. From the moment he pulls up, it's all smiles, high fives, and Beaver Toyota pride. A quick stop for snacks and he's game ready. The energy in the arena starts to build because when Beaver Toyota and the Gladiators team up, the fun and excitement never stop. Catch Bucky at the next Gladiators game or visit us anytime at beavertoyotacoming.com.
We're 20, and yeah, we're celebrating big. Because in 20 years, we didn't just make the gear, we made hockey cooler. They said we were too loud, too flashy, too different. They told us to tone it down. The Warriors don't tone it down, we go full throttle. And this is just the start. 20 years in and we're just getting warmed up. We're still the brand that makes the gear you can win in, chirping and partying. And if you thought we were bold before, just wait. The next 20 years start now.
Need to build a professional brand? Alpha Graphics delivers with stunning signage, graphics, and marketing materials that are exactly what you need to earn clients' trust. Alpha Graphics. Bring your brand to life.
Life's too short for ordinary risky. Make it infamous.
Now available at Mega Package Store, 2820 Lawrenceville, Sewanee, Oregon, 4 miles from Gas South Arena.
Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services is ready to answer the call, but we'd rather prevent them. Our free home safety survey includes checking smoke alarms, identifying common hazards, and reviewing your family's home escape plan. Schedule yours today.
Gladiators 1, Stingrays 0. First intermission here at North Charleston Coliseum. Guy Chiarenza with you here on this Friday night of hockey, presented by Freddy's. Go spice it up at Freddy's by trying the new Mike's Hot Honey Chicken Sandwich or chicken tenders and the new Molten Chocolate Cake Shake. Check it all out at Freddy's at 2230 Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. And I am getting quite hungry. I could go for some Freddy's right now, but now is not the time. But you can sure go over there. Do it in my honor. We're having some fun here on a Friday night in Game 5. Gladiators got the lone goal in the first period off the stick of Adam Isley. And it is worth noting that they will open the second period of play with an abbreviated power play as they will look to extend their lead here in Game 5. For those of you who've been with us all season, you do know that in the regular season, the second period was the Gladiators' best scoring period, but here in the postseason, it's been a bit even across the board. In fact, it was exactly even coming into this game, and while most of you know the Gladiators as not really being a first-period scoring team, they've scored first in 4 out of the 5 games in this series, and they've scored a first-period goal in 4 out of the 5 games in this series. The lone goal that they didn't was the loss, the shutout loss in Game 3. Otherwise, Gladiators now have 4 goals in the first period to the Stingrays 2. They have 3 goals in the second and 3 goals in the third. So it really has been a consistent effort for the Gladiators so far in this postseason, to the point where it might even be a jinx for me to bring up the second period surge, as the last time I did that was when the Stingrays scored multiple second period goals in Game 3 and rode that out to a 4-0 Garen Bjorklund shutout. So I'll teeter that line. I don't know if I'll cross it, but it sounds like everybody at our watch parties are having a good time, as those of you over at Kokio are treated to ice cream during the first intermission. Looks like Annette is going to go and get a cone. So how about that? Everybody having fun. If it's not Freddy's and that frozen custard, it's ice cream at Kokio. Gladiators will look to extend their lead in the second period. And I think right now, Gladiators have the lead in elimination game. The biggest thing for them right now is they can't sit back. They have to continue to play with that drive, play with that energy, keep the Stingrays on their heels, because the second you let South Carolina back into this game is the second that you're going to start having problems. We know the Stingrays are going to push at some point in this game. We saw it in every other game that they've trailed in this series. South Carolina looking to end this thing and move their way on to the second round. Gladiators need to find a way to stave that off. I think it starts with this abbreviated power play to start the second period. If the Gladiators are able to score on this power play, I really do like their chances to continue to add to it. That would give them a 2-0 lead, and I think that would take the crowd element out of the game. It'll be about 52 seconds of power play time for the Gladiators to work with to start the middle frame. It's not a whole lot, but certainly is enough to do some damage. So we'll see how they fare, but I think that could be a critical element to the start of the second period. And you know what? Even if the Gladiators don't score on that power play to open the period, at least gain some momentum off of it, try and drive into the South Carolina zone, tilt the ice a little bit, and again, try and take this crowd out of the building. It's not a full sellout. It's a partial sellout. A couple empty seats here at North Charleston Coliseum, but it is a raucous crowd. It is a loud crowd, and I can say that myself, being right in the thick of it. I am in the bottom row of section 232, sitting in a stadium seat just like these fans, and I can tell you it is a tough building to play in, and even tougher building to call a game in. It really is one of the most interesting venues I've ever been in, but what makes it unique and makes it so fun to be on the road. So happy to be here for game number 5 of this playoff series, as both teams are just about set to come out of the tunnel for the second period. Take a look at our YouTube live chat before we make our way to the middle frame. Good to see Daniel Sobchak back in the chat. Says the way those lights are flashing on you, it looks like a fire alarm. I'm hoping it looks a lot like the goal light, and the Gladiators look to light that a couple more times here in the second period. Already did it once in the first period. Peach Fuzz, longtime viewer, asks, Guy, what is your gut telling you? It's hard to say. It really is hard to say. I've liked the way the Gladiators have pushed the pace so far in this game. I think a lot of teams, especially losing the way the Gladiators did on home ice in Game 4 in such a deflating loss, I think a lot of teams would have had a lot of trouble kind of bringing back that energy for an elimination game here in enemy territory. But the Gladiators have come out with a great start. I really like the way they played. So I really am confident the Gladiators can cap this off here in Game 5, but don't want to get ahead of ourselves too much. Looks like there is chocolate ice cream for Tracy. Good to see Chris in the chat. Taylo, Stadium Arena. Lynette, as always. Looks like we got both of the Stadium Arenas in here. Adam, Camping Chick, a couple of newcomers. Good to see you all. And so that will conclude our first intermission report here from Charleston. Daniel, we need to fill up section 232 next year at away games. Yeah, you do. I think I'd like to have Gladiator fans in this section next time around. The Stingray fans are a loud and noisy bunch. Second period just about to start. Gladiators will open with 52 seconds of power play time. Gladiators wearing their white jerseys with blue numbers and Gladiator gold trim will skate from left to right here in the middle frame. Stingrays wearing their red jerseys with white numbers and blue trim will skate from right to left. You know what? I will mention the second period surge with one last thought, as it was the Gladiators' lone victory in this series was the second period surge that helped them get there. 3 goals in the second period in Game 2 helped the Gladiators to a 4-3 victory. Look for a little bit more of that here in Game 5. Shot count 12-8 in favor of Atlanta as the Gladiators lead 1-0 entering the middle frame. Gladiators will start the second period with the first power play unit. Stingrays win the draw, and King will shovel it down to Hyder, camped out in the trapezoid off the opening faceoff. Nychuk feeds it right wing for Young. Pumps it around the horn behind the net, fielded by Krenzen, checked by Nychuk. Gladiators pinching, trying to scoot the puck away. They still jockey for it at the end wall. Gladiators get a piece of it. King has it wrapped up along the boards. Gladiators poking and probing, down to just 18 seconds on this power play. Walter weasels it free. Puck is centered, but the only man there was Pinard, and the Stingrays escape to center. Lipin gets around the defender. Young takes a shot off a stick and out of play. O'Brien gets there on the back check. 48 seconds gone by in the middle frame. And almost a dangerous chance for Jalen Lipin, who in this series has a goal and an assist. Face off to the right of Hyder, down to just 4 seconds left on this eco-electric power play, and then Justin Nakbar will come out of the box. Gladiators win that draw. Isley over to Sylvester, and there is Nakbar out of the box. He will join the play. Back to 5-on-5. Cipolone, just a cut down the right wing, boxed out in the high slot. Puck sputters to Guzzo, and South Carolina has control. Ronzinski drags it down the left wing and from the red line, floats it into the far corner. Gaudette is there to meet it. Nipping at his heels is Nakbar. Gladiators able to weasel it to the right wing for Sylvester. Try to lead it ahead to Isley. Pass flag down by Connor Moore. And the Stingrays repossess once again. Ronzinski, former Steelhead, outlets to Moore, the Georgia native. Rushes it right wing for Stan Cooley, the rookie, defended by Isley. Stingrays keep. Pass inside for Cooley. Blocked by Conroy. That's a bit of a stinger. He's feeling it, but does scramble to the puck in the near corner. And he's able to ladle it to the line for Sylvester. And he'll just whip it out to center circle. Fielded by Moore. He'll dump it in and get off for a change for South Carolina. Stingrays create some havoc on the forecheck. Shot by Person, and they score. Gladiators lost it behind Hyder. Centering pass on the money for Person. And the Stingrays have tied this game at 1. It was Conroy behind the net that had the puck taken away. The extra forward for the Stingrays got in there, found Person in the slot. And that goal comes 1:58 into the second period to tie the game. And we'll see how the Gladiators respond here and try and get this one back. Pinard from the right wing has it taken away by Nychuk. Ludwig Persons First goal of the series has made it a 1-1 tie to open the second period. Matier, shadowed by Wilkins, makes his way to center, pumps it down, and that'll be an icing with 2:25 gone by. Charlie Combs was back on the stat sheet. Now has a point in all 5 games in this series. He was the one who centered the pass to Person. Ended up beating Hyder glove side. Point blank between the rings. And that is what has made it a 1-1 game. Stingrays win the faceoff in the Gladiator zone. King a shot over the head of Hyder. Beg your pardon, that was actually Pinard. Matier behind his own net, tries to shake it away from Wilkins and does. Gladiators push the narrative out to center with the Stingrays regain control. Wilkins has it slapped away by Nychuk. Matier volleys it to the neutral zone in hopes of finding Neely, but it'll twiddle off his stick and the Stingrays repossess. King leads the charge from his own end. Off a stick, it'll bumble towards Hyder. He will leave it for Matiers. The Stingrays get off for a change. Stretch pass just goes by Davies, camped out at the Stingray blue line. They'll track it down in the near corner, look to center. Ends up hitting the skates of Funk and pinballing to O'Brien. Now Karabia at the line, takes a shot off the end wall and wide. Brodzinski gets it away from Young. Puts it into the far corner for Moore. He will send it the length of the ice for an icing on the Stingrays. And that will come 3:28 into the second. We'll see an offensive zone draw for the Gladiators. Download the Gladiators Game Day app to stay up to date with all the latest news, content, and scores. Purchase and manage your tickets within the app, shop merch, and more. Available for download on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. Face off to the right of Bjorklund, and the Stingrays will win it. They'll get it out to center. Fielded by Jarvis. He checks Howardchuk. You get a whistle for a hand pass, I believe. There's 16:25 on the clock. This has just been a very physical series. I mean, anytime that these two teams see an opportunity to finish a check or get an extra punch or shove in, they've done it. Face off at center circle. O'Brien wins it against Locust. Gladiators try and shove it into Stingray ice. Plans foiled at the line. Now South Carolina whips it down to Hyder, who will slow it down in the trapezoid for Karabia. Takes a check from Howardchuk. Take it out to center, though. Davies' left wing rip is flubbed on. And he gets taken to the wall by Krenzen. Puck is spat out to center. Handled by Gaudette at the logo. He'll slug it into Stingray ice as Krenzen keeps it away from McNamee, the Gladiator forechecker. Carolina lobs it into Atlanta's ice, and that will be another icing, this time on South Carolina. And so now with this game tied up at 1, I think we're going to see a different approach for both of these two teams. I almost wonder how many liberties the Stingrays will take and how aggressive they will be, knowing that they're up 2 games in this series. Gladiators still in desperation mode. Have to win this game 5 to keep their season alive. Face off to the left of Bjorklund. Roost against Locust. Locust the victor as he'll send Krenzen to the right wing, looking for Howardchuk. Gladiators body him away and keep the puck in the Stingray zone. Ends up bouncing into the Gladiators bench, and we'll get a whistle with 15:35 on the clock. Some stop and go action here in the second period, much like Atlanta traffic. Another whistle, another face-off coming up. And Austin Roos will take this for the Gladiators. First-year pro, has spent much of the season with the Milwaukee Admirals. He's under contract with the Nashville Predators, which whom he was drafted by back in the 2023 NHL entry draft. 6th round, 175th overall. Slaps this one to the boards. Walter digging for it. gets back up to his feet after falling to his knees. Board battle at the half wall. Roost and Walter right in the thick of it. Gladiators peel it away. Nychuk tries to send it across, hit a Stingray stick, and it'll go into the near corner. Mateer chased after it, Walter as well. Stingrays breeze by those two as they send Guzzo on the run. Into the near corner, checked off it by Nychuk. Roost also gets a touch on it as the Gladiators chuck it to center. Will end up boomeranging back to Nychuk. Over 5 minutes gone by in the second. All tied up at 1. Nychuk clears to the line, but not out. Snapshot from Leskovar. Goes wide of Hyder. Now at the right point, it is Justin Nakbar. Swerving it behind the net for Hofer. Pumps the puck to Leskovar for a bomb. Save made by Hyder. Puck is free. It'll skip into the near corner. Gladiators sweep it away. Mateer checked off it by Hofer, who's dropped his stick. Mateer tries to get back onto the play as Nakbar sends one towards the goal. Hit the skate of Hyder. Puck is free, and the Gladiators mop it away. Back at the line, it is King, stuffing it into the far corner for Nakbar. Pressed along the boards by Roost. Stingrays strip it free. King along the left wing has some room for a shot off a stick towards the goal. Pinball's in front, and Hyder vacuums it up with 14:05 on the clock. And the Stingrays just tried to drive towards the net there as the puck oddly skipped towards the goal mouth. Good eye by Ethan Hyder, who's able to pick that one up like a magnet. And every mistake in this game is going to be magnified as we get some more pushing and shoving after the save from Hyder. DJ King, who's been so dangerous in this series, just puts one on goal. Hyder made the initial save, ended up ping-ponging to the top of the blue paint. Cooley was there for South Carolina, but Hyder able to get a hand on it, reels it in, and makes the save. Faceoff will be to his right. Another former draft pick of the Predators. Back in 2019, Ethan Hyder, drafted in the 5th round, 148th overall. Joey Cipollone will take the faceoff to his right. Quinnipiac product take this draw against Cooley, and Cipollone has won it. Conroy keeps Person away from the puck in the near corner. Swings it to the far for Carabia. Off the glass, up ahead, Isley leaves it for Cipollone. He'll blaze over the attacking line. Left for Sylvester, touch pass off a stick, and make its way into the corner where it's gathered by Combs. Over the red line, catapults it off the end wall. Carabia, the first man on it, keeps it away from Cooley. He does end up getting it though. Free puck on the far boards. He'll toss it to the near for Moore, and down into the corner for Combs. Gives it back to Cooley. Shakes down with Jarvis. Cooley behind the net, tries to wrap it in, ends up hitting the shoulder of Hyder. Pinballs behind the net, and the Gladiators once again escape any more danger. Momentum in favor of the Stingrays right now. Shot count now tied at 13 after the Atlanta Gladiators outshot the Stingrays 12-8 back in the first. Now Atlanta ices the puck with 13:08 on the clock. I think we're starting to see the impact of that early second period score from Person. It's allowed the Stingrays and their fans to really get back into this game, and as a result, we've seen a lot of the pace in this second period dictated by the Stingrays. Face off to the right of Hyder. Cipollone will take the draw against Jalen Lipin. Joey Cipollone knows a thing or two about winning. National champion back with Quinnipiac a few years ago. Wins the draw. Up there has to go to Neely. Driving down the right wing. Puck taken away by King. Cipollone tried to chase after it, but wasn't able to beat the defenseman to it. Wilkins at the right point takes a shot. That goes wide. King activating from the line. Ladles it to Pinard. Point to point. Moore stares down Hyder but doesn't shoot. Has Lipin for a shot. Blocked in front by Mateer. Gladiators charge up ice. Stretch pass for Nolan. Goes wide, but no icing as the puck didn't have enough steam. Gladiators on the forecheck, looking to wreak some havoc. 12:27 left in the second. And now for the first time tonight, the Stingrays have taken the lead in the shot count, 14-13 for the first time since the opening moments of the first period. Stingrays are able to waffle it out to center. Nychuk controls, backpedaling to his own end. Mateer direction off the stick of Denemy and in. That deep pairing comes off for a change as Conroy and Gaudette head on. Move into defensive position as Howard Chuck slams it down the left wing. Gaudette cuts him off, gets a stick on it to get it to Conroy. Young has it taken away. Centering pass for a shot by Howard Chuck that goes wide. They'll put it up top to the right point for Krenzen. Across to Rodzinski. Long try, blocked by Conroy. Gladiators take it to center. 3-on-2 up the ice as O'Brien from the left wing pulls up and shoots. Stick saved by Bjorklund. Stingrays move in transition. It is Funk to lift it to the end wall. Carabia gets a stick on it. Puck on the side of the net. Locust reverses to the right wing for Krenzen. Across to Rodzinski. He will shoot off a stick and wide. And now Conroy will chuck it out to center. Glove down by Rodzinski. Taken away by Davies. Gladiators have numbers up the ice. Davies a shot. Glove save Bjorklund. Loose puck swept away by Krenzen. 10:55 left in the second. All tied up at 1. Shot count 15-14 in favor of Atlanta. Walter scrambles down the right wing to beat out Rodzinski to the puck. From behind the net, the Swede looks inside. Nobody there, so he ladles it up top to Nychuk. Pointed point, a blast by Mateer off the end wall to the blue paint. Swept away by Rodzinski as Roost was in the vicinity. Now Nychuk back in his end of the ice. Quickly turns towards the Stingrays' way. Finds Roost right wing. He'll cut inside. Roost to the forehand. Shoots. Puck loose in front. Taken away by Leskovar. They'll hammer it off the near wall. Puck stays in the Stingray zone. Gladiators viciously attacking the puck, but it will leak out as Nychuk couldn't handle it at the left point. We approach the midway point of this game. 10 minutes left in the second. Tied up at 1 in Game 5. Combs from the left wing centers for Leskovar. Make that knack bar. Pulls up for Leskovar. He meets Joey Cipolone. Now the puck sputters towards the goal mouth as it hit a skate on the way. Hyder is able to get a hand on it and freeze with 9:48 on the clock in the second period. This game is even as they come. Reached the midway point with 9:48 to go. All tied up at 1 with the shot count tied at 15 apiece. Gladiators and the Stingrays locked in a tie game here in the second period. We're back for more action after this from our local partners.
Why choose between getting things done and doing things with the ones you love? With Kroger's same-day pickup and delivery, it's easy to shop the same great prices and quality you'd find in-store, so you can catch more family time. We'll bring your groceries right to you, satisfaction guaranteed, so you can spend time on what matters most. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
It's game day and Bucky's ready for action. From the moment he pulls up, it's all smiles, high fives, and Beaver Toyota pride. A quick stop for snacks and he's game ready. The energy in the arena starts to build because when Beaver Toyota and the Gladiators team up, the fun and excitement never stop. Catch Bucky at the next Gladiators game or visit us anytime at beavertoyotacoming.com.
9:48, second period of Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals. Gladiators and Stingrays tied up in this game, 1 goal apiece. South Carolina leads the series 3-1. South Carolina won Game 1. Gladiators took Game 2. Last two have gone to the Stingrays, winning Games 3 and 4. Guy Chiarenza with you here from North Charleston Coliseum. On the Gladiators broadcast network on Flow Hockey and YouTube. Face off to the right of Hyder. Gladiators win the draw. Probing at it is Person. Conroy able to keep it away. Person gets it back in the high slot for a shot. Stick save for Ethan Hyder. Behind the net, it is Gaudette. Head manning to Conroy. Shakes his way in front of the scorer's table. Has his pocket picked by Combs. Isley subsequently gets it back. And now driving down the right wing is Cipollone. Has some space. Joey Cipollone cuts to the net, trying to get a backhand shot away, but Connor Moore got a stick on it, and he was able to clear out the center. Now Isley floats it towards Bjorklund. They'll love it down and keep play alive. King up the ice for Combs. Off the wall to Person for a shot. Glove save Hyder. Rebound makes its way to the far side wall. Gladiators punch it down to Stingray ice. Rolling puck, not enough for an icing. Nolan on the forecheck, pressuring Leskovar. Forces him to twist and turn. Now the puck taken away by Neely. Looking backdoor to Nolan, but it hopped over his stick. Puck held in at the right point. Mateer uncorks one into the far corner. Now Neely, unable to keep the line. Watches the Stingrays lift it over his head. Leipin from the high slot drives to the left wing. On his forehand, moves it around the net, corner to corner. Pinard now at the right point. Takes a shot off the stick of Denemy. Puck will tumble into the near corner where it's fielded by Wilkins. Back up top for a shot by Mayer. Getting in front of that one was Nolan. He's feeling that stinger. Now Leskovar from the left wing fires. Save made by Hyder. Gladiators on their heels a bit here with 8 minutes left in the second. Pinard from the right corner. Exchanges with Wilkins. Up top for Mayer. Pass across to Leskovar for a shot. Hyder the save. The puck trickles behind the net. They try and stuff it in, and it leaks up high. Leskovar keeps the zone. Pass across off the stick of Nolan. And Denemy skates out the center. Stingrays thought there should have been a tripping penalty as Leipin went down. There is no call. Stay 5-on-5. Stingrays chip the puck behind the net. Jarvis up ahead. Couldn't clear the zone. Ends up getting it back as the Stingrays fans voice their displeasure. Now a stretch pass makes its way to Funk. Breakaway to the goal, and Hyder keeps it a tie game. Biggest save of the season from Ethan Hyder. Robs Zach Funk as he was able to split the defense to create a breakaway. Tried to move to the forehand, and Hyder just kicks out that right pad, sprawling down. Keeps it a 1-1 tie with 7:11 left in the second. And the Stingrays have outshot the Gladiators heavily here in the second period. 12-3. South Carolina has really dictated the pace so far in the middle frame. The Gladiators' MVP has been Ethan Hyder. Had a fantastic regular season for the Gladiators. His 24 wins were the fourth most in the ECHL this season. With third most by a Gladiators goaltender in a single season in the franchise's history. Gladiators exit their own end as Young snaps a shot for a blocker save by Bjorklund. Now Nakbar throws it down the ice. No icing as Gaudet. Well, there will be an icing, and I think a lot of people thought that there would be. Very late whistle and an arm raise there as Guzzo and Conroy going at it behind the whistle. I have to say I'm kind of surprised by that call as well. Looks like Gaudet had a chance to play that puck. But if you're the Gladiators, you'll take it. By all means, you'll take it. And that call was made by Brian Pincus, one of the linesmen. We'll see if they end up moving this draw. No, it will be an icing on South Carolina. And Gladiators going to have an offensive zone draw here. They're going to send out the first line. O'Brien, Davies, Young, Gaudet, and Conroy will stay on. And O'Brien will take this draw against Patrick Guzzo. O'Brien does win it. Got it at the left point. Throws it to Davies, turning and shooting. Puck to the slot. Swiped away and out to Gladiator ice. Gaudet has it taken away by Hofer. Thankfully, Conroy is there. Gladiators push it back to center. Over the attacking line is O'Brien. Kept to the outside by Rodzinski. Davies a shot from the wall. Turned away by Bjorklund. Now players converge together in the far corner. Gladiators looking to push the narrative. Young kicking a couple stabs at it. Lose it for Roost. Chuck at the left point. Chucks it across to Mateer for a shot. Save made by Bjorklund. Puck twisted away. And now a quick whistle from the referee behind the net puts an end to the play, even though the puck was still free. And that whistle came from the referee behind the net, Hayden Verbeek, who the Gladiators have not seen this season. We've seen plenty of Nolan Bloyer. As he and Matt Ginn, the Gladiators head coach, have a chat right now. Both of these two head coaches for their respective clubs in their first seasons as head coaches behind their respective benches. Both were formerly assistants of their respective clubs before assuming head coaching duties. Both looking for their first playoff series win. Chuck centers off the face-off. Puck spurts to the far wall where Chuck gets it back. Another shot into traffic, kicked away to the far corner. Roost gets there, pinned along the boards. Stingrays shake him down as Cooley feeds it across for Person. Returns it to Cooley over the attacking line. Pop and chase to the near corner. Steers it around to the far wall for Moore. Met there for a check by McNamee. Now Roost and Combs spar for it. Moore keeps the line, and cross ice pass ends up going out of the zone, and the Stingrays have to retreat. 5:25 left in the second period. All tie up at 1. Gladiators goal scored with 3:40 left in the first. A 4-on-4 play from Adam Isley. Stingrays scored 1:58 into the second. Lucky big person from Charlie Combs. Shot count 20-18 in favor of Atlanta. Cipolone soars down the left wing, looks to center. Poked away by King. Puck available on the far side boards for a shot by Gaudette. That whistle's wide. Sylvester tries to tuck it over to Cipolone, but DJ King will take it to the corner. Cipolone digging for it. Able to get a touch. Back to Sylvester. Tried to send it to Isley, right circle, but the Stingrays get a stick on it. Quickly move in transition. Moore down the middle. Leaves it for Pinard. Trailer is Wilkins for a shot. Glove save for Hyder with 4:38 on the clock. And the ice crew will come out. We'll make our way to the media timeouts. Gladiators and Stingrays tying up at 1 with 4:38 left in the second. South Carolina leads the shot count 21-18. We are back for more second period action here in Game 5 after this from our local partners.
We're 20, and yeah, we're celebrating big. Because in 20 years, we didn't just make the gear, we made hockey cooler. They said we were too loud, too flashy, too different. They told us to tone it down. The Warriors don't tone it down. We go full throttle. And this is just the start. 20 years in and we're just getting warmed up. We're still the brand that makes the gear you can win in, chirping and partying. And if you thought we were bold before, just wait. The next 20 years start now.
Life's too short for ordinary whiskey. Make it infamous.
Now available at Mega Package Store, 2820 Lawrenceville, Sewanee, Oregon, 4 miles from Gas South Arena.
Friday night hockey presented by Freddy's. Glads fans, go check out Freddy's on 2230 Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. Make sure you keep your eye here on the bottom 2 minutes of the second period, which are known as Freddy's Frozen Minutes, where the Gladiators scored a goal in that time frame. All of our season ticket holders will receive 1 free mini custard at Freddy's on Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. We are 2 minutes and 38 seconds away from that, but that is your PSA to keep your eyes peeled. And the next goal in this game is going to be a big one. Face off to the left of Hyder. Gladiators have won it. 3 out of the prior 4 games in this series have been decided by 1 goal. Nolan takes flight down the right wing, pitches it to the end wall for Denemy. Neely for a shot, that goes wide. Out the left point, it's Nychuk. Wanted to burrow it down the ice to Nolan, but taking it away is Pinard. With some speed, moves down the left wing, pulls up as he was shadowed by Mateer. Gladiators get a stick on it, trying to force it away from Wilkins. Nolan chips it to the right point, Krenzen keeps it in. to Wilkins in the right corner. Back up top to Krenzen for a blast. Hyder's able to snag it with the glove with 3:57 left in the second. And we've talked about the Stingrays scoring from their defensemen in this series. Again, coming into this game, 13 points from defensemen for the Stingrays in this series, but only 15 shots combined from 5 defensemen. For the Gladiators, 6 points from defensemen in this series, 5 of which coming from Chad Nychuk, who is tied for the league amongst defenders in points in this postseason with Allen's Sam Sedley. Gladiators have 32 shots on goal combined from 7 defensemen entering this game. So Gladiators defensemen have been getting shots on goal, but really nothing going for them other than Chad Nychuk. The Stingrays have a quieter shot volume from their back end. They've more been puck passers rather than shooters. Gladiators exit their end off the next whistle. Davies kicks it over the logo. Jarvis is able to handle. Drifting to the right wing, pelts it down to the end wall. Bjorklund will come out to slow it down. And he'll end up heaving it to his left. Puck at the point for a shot into traffic off the twig of Corabia. Jarvis tries to hammer one from the left wing that's blocked by Moore and sent out to center. Stingrays chip it down to the Gladiator end wall. Corabia stick snaps. And here's a penalty on the Stingrays. Slashing is going to be the call. And the Gladiators are going back to the Eco-Electric power play for the second time tonight. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, Stingray fans are not happy about that call. They're a very vocal bunch, I'll tell you that. Slashing the call on Howard Chuck. He sits for the second time tonight. It is our first penalty of the second period. And the Gladiators will send the second power play unit to start this man advantage. Gladiators in this series now have gone 2 for 16 on the power play. Face-off will be taken by Cipolone against Jalen Lipen. Sylvester, Isley, McNamee, and Mateer join him on this power play. Cipolone wins the draw. Mateer surfs the line. Keeping away from Lipen, makes his way to the left wing and into the corner. Sparring match there, won by Krenzen. Flushed out to the near wall. And he will chip it ahead. 2-on-1 for the Stingrays. Short-handed cross-ice pass. Broken up and sent to the end wall. Mateer looking up ice. Start the next breakout. And drop it off for Adam Isley, who has the Gladiators goal here today. Sylvester floats it wing to wing. Wanted Cipolone, but ends up going out of play. With 2:34 on the clock. 1:17 left on the penalty to Howard Chuck as the Stingrays almost got a shorty there. Pinard looking cross ice and took a spill behind the play. That's the reason for the commotion from all these Stingray fans, as everybody thinks that they're an ECHL official. It's a 4-man crew, not a 5,000-man crew. Face off to the right of Bjorklund, and the Gladiators push it behind the net. Grabbed by Guzzo, and he will just mail it down to Hyder for a Stingray clear. And now the first power play unit on the ice with 1 minute to go on the man advantage. O'Brien skates down the left wing, throws it across. Young shoots, save made by Bjorklund. Puck available behind the cage. Walter tries to peel it away, but Locus will clear. Heck of a shot there from Alex Young. Even better play to create the open ice. Now suck the Stingrays down below the goal line. They'll look to re-enter here as Young from the right wing tries to flip it back to Nychuk. Puck broken up, comes out to Hyder from no man's land, plays it away from Jalen Lipen. Down to 20 seconds on this power play. Nychuk motors over the red line, and now Stingrays blue. Down the middle, left for Young. Flips it to Roost for a shot. Off a stick. It's a pop fly to the right wing. Roost gets back on it. Finds O'Brien behind the cage. Reverses to Walter. Up to the right point. Young creeps in for a shot. Glove save. Bjorklund snagged it through a screen right as the penalty expired. And we're back to even strength. .118 left in the second. We are officially into those Freddy's frozen minutes. No better time than now for the Gladiators to try and take the lead. Offensive zone face-off. Nolan, Denemy, Neely, the forward group, Gaudette, and Conroy on the back end for the Gladiators. Got some cowbell action here in North Charleston. Stingrays win the draw. King behind the net. Flushes it up the right wing for Combs and across to the left for Cooley. Into Gladiator ice. Stan Cooley gets around Conroy. Tried to center. Hyder put the paddle down, and the Gladiators will get back to it. Neely shaken down. Krenzen puts it behind the net looking for Cooley. Into the final minute of the second period. Now up top it's Person. Across to Krenzen. To the high slot. Cooley tried to turn and shoot. Gladiators keep him away from it. Now puck behind the net. Person on his forehand, tried to jab it to Combs. Gladiators dump him down to the ice. Flattening him was Conroy. Down to 33 seconds left in the period. Board battle in the far corner to the left of Hyder. Gladiators picking and probing. Nothing budging yet. Neely right in the middle. Trying to squeak away. Kicks it to Conroy. Puck is free. Lipin dances at the goal line. Spins it to Bernard. Up top, Radzinski. Left wing King. Back inside. Bernard shoots just wide. 3 seconds left. Pass to the slot. King shoots wide of the mark. And the second period comes to a close. By the skin of their teeth, the Gladiators survived the Stingrays' onslaught at the end of the second period. And it is tied at 1 apiece heading into the final frame. Gladiators got one late in the first from Adam Isley at 4-on-4. Stingrays got one early, 1:58 to the second from Ludwig Person. And that is all in terms of the scoring in this game. Shot counts 22-19 in favor of the Stingrays. South Carolina opens up a can of shots on Ethan Hyder in the second period to take the lead in the shot count. Hyder and the Gladiators holding firm in Game 5. They don't want to go home yet, at least not unless it's for a Game 6 on Monday. Recap the first 2 periods and look ahead to the third on the other side of the break on the second intermission reports. Gladiators 1, Stingrays 1. We're back for second intermission action after this from our local partners.
Feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Sometimes life's collisions leave us feeling off balance. But at 100% Chiropractic, we know how to get you back on track. We don't just straighten you out, we empower you.
We educate you on how to get to the root cause and give you a play-by-play strategy on how to get you back to 100%.
We even use lasers.
Lasers!
Our $49 first experience includes a complete set of comprehensive chiropractic x-rays, a fit 3D scan, and your first life-changing adjustment. Visit us and break the ice. Discover the power of chiropractic care at 100%.
When you need inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger. For thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And low prices that add up to big savings, like over $600 in digital coupons each week, and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services is ready to answer the call, but we'd rather prevent them. Our free home safety survey includes checking smoke alarms, identifying common hazards, and reviewing your family's home escape plan. Schedule yours today.
Gladiators and the Stingrays all tied up at 1 after 2 periods of play in Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals, a series in which South Carolina has the lead 3-1. Second intermission report here from North Charleston. Guy Chiarenza with you here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network on Flow Hockey and YouTube. Fans eagerly watching back at home, looking to see the Gladiators force a Game 6 on Monday. Gladiators have come to play here in Game 5, which I think was never really in question, right? The Gladiators have been such a scrappy group all season long, and their mantra coming into the playoffs was they're not the underdogs, they're the disrespected. And again, remember, a lot of people coming into the season within league circles and really in ECHL media didn't really have the Atlanta Gladiators pegged as a playoff team. This team really shocked the world with the season that they had and making the Kelly Cup playoffs. Gladiators, led by head coach Matt Ginn in his first year behind the bench, have done such a good job of being a tough team to play against this season, and they've proved a point so far here tonight. They are not going to go away quietly. Gladiators opened the scoring, 3:40 left in the first period. 4-on-4 action with Young and Howard Chuck in the box led to Adam Isley's 4th of the series. So while the Stingrays have Charlie Combs with his 5 goals in the series, Gladiators said, that's cool. We have Adam Isley, and he scores yet again in this building. Had 2 in Game 1, 1 in Game 2, was quiet in Games 3 and 4 on the stat sheet. Gets back on it here with a lone goal for the Gladiators in the first. It was just a good zone entry for the Gladiators, really using the open ends of the ice to their advantage. A little bit more room to roam, and for Adam Isley, who's got a tremendous burst of speed when able, uses that open ice to his advantage. He's able to rip a shot by Garen Bjorklund to make it a 1-0 Gladiator lead. Cam Gondet and Joey Cipollone are credited with the assists on Isley's 4th of the series. Stingrays responded at the top of the second period, wasting no time. South Carolina comes out and scores 1:58 into the period to make it a 1-1 tie, which is where we currently sit right now. For the Stingrays, just a really good job on the forecheck. South Carolina just so tenacious on the puck. He's able to take it away from the Gladiators defenseman behind his own net, as Charlie Combs was able to snag the puck away and quickly locate Person in the slot, who on the one-timer from the pass from below the goal line was able to fire it by Ethan Hyder for the tying score. But we knew the Stingrays were going to push back at some point in this game, and just so happened that they did do that in the second period. Gladiators outshot the Stingrays 12-8 by the end of the first period. Stingrays in the second period outshot the Gladiators 14-7, and so now your shot total in the game reached 22 for the Stingrays and 19 for the Gladiators. And I think for Atlanta here today, you got to just find a way to get back to the pace that you were playing with in the first period. You know it's going to be an even game. It's an elimination game. You have to find something to go your way. I think for the Gladiators right now, heading into the third period, if I'm the Gladiators, I'm not trying to do too much. I think there is such a thing as trying to do too much. You grip the stick a little too tight, kind of get into your own head thinking that you have to make a quick decision when really you have time and space. For the Gladiators, you've been here before. They've been in these kind of games. Through 72 games in the regular season, the Gladiators were 19-8, 4-1 in one-goal games. So one-goal games in this series, they are 1-2, and it seems like we're once again headed towards a one-goal affair towards the end. And it looks like this one's going to go right down to the wire. Next goal in this game is going to be a big one, and for the Gladiators, especially in an elimination contest where your backs are against the wall, every mistake is going to be magnified. And so you don't have to play perfect hockey per se, but you have to play smart hockey here in the third period. The Gladiators cannot cough up pucks. They cannot give any opportunities to the Stingrays. And the one mistake that they've made in that regard so far in this game was the turnover behind the net the strip of the puck from Combs to center for Person. Gladiators can't have that happen anymore in this game. And to their credit, they've put together a really good defensive effort here in Game 5, but it's going to have to be a really good team effort defensively here in the third period. And it feels to me like the next goal has to go the Gladiators' way. Otherwise, they could be in some trouble. This is a South Carolina team that has done a really good job in closing out one-goal games themselves this season. A record of 17, 1-1, and 3 in the regular season in such contests. Gladiators will look to really dig deep here in this third period. And as head coach Matt Ginn said, and our keys to the game presented by Beaver, Toyota, and Mazda, find a way. It doesn't matter how they do it. It just matters that you do it. And I'm expecting the Gladiators to try and take advantage of a lot of bouncing pucks so far here today. It's pretty rare that Garham Bjorklund does give up a big, juicy rebound for the Gladiators. It seems like at times they've tried to beat him up high in this game and really in this series. It feels like you can get a lot of low-line drives, especially if the Stingrays are going to make you take shots from the walls. You can get those low-line drives, dump one off the pad of Bjorklund, then crash the crease. That might be the way for the Gladiators to get back on the board. We've seen that a couple of times in this game. If you can do that, kind of just swarm the slot, I really like their chances of putting one home. And we talked about the Gladiators' bottom six throughout the last couple of games. We talked about them back in the first intermission report. Adam Isley, Joey Cipollone, those two combined on the Gladiators' first goal, along with the assist from Cam Gaudette. For the Gladiators here in this third period, you gotta have to dig deep, and it's gonna have to come from somebody. Once again, looking at this bottom six for the Gladiators, because they do have some playmakers at their disposal there. And I'm looking at Cody Sylvester at the left wing on the third line. And I'm looking at Eric Neely at the right wing position on the fourth line. Both have had very quiet series to this point. And for Cody Sylvester, who's announced his retirement at the end of the season, hopefully, surely this isn't the last for Cody Sylvester. And if he's got any say in it, he's going to have a big third period for the Gladiators here, along with Eric Neely, who has come out of retirement a handful of times. It may or may not be the end for him as well. And so for the Gladiators here in this third period, we'll see if their superstars can find a way to make some noise and help Atlanta steal Game 5 and drag the Stingrays back to Duluth for Game 6 on Monday. Talk more about it on the other side of the break as we're approaching third period action. Gladiators and Stingrays all tied up at 1-2. Stingrays lead the shot count 22-19. We'll come back for more second intermission action on the other side of the break, as this is the Gladiators Broadcast Network on Flow Hockey and YouTube.
It's game day and Bucky's ready for action. From the moment he pulls up, it's all smiles, high fives, and Beaver Toyota pride. A quick stop for snacks and he's game ready. The energy in the arena starts to build because when Beaver Toyota and the Gladiators team up, the fun and excitement never stop. Catch Bucky at the next Gladiators game or visit us anytime at beavertoyotacoming.com.
We're 20, and yeah, we're celebrating big. Because in 20 years, we didn't just make the gear. We made hockey cooler. They said we were too loud, too flashy, too different. They told us to tone it down. The Warriors don't tone it down. We go full throttle. And this is just the start. 20 years in and we're just getting warmed up. We're still the brand that makes the gear you can win in, chirping, and partying. And if you thought we were bold before, just wait. The next 20 years start now.
Need to build a professional brand? Alpha Graphics delivers with stunning signage, graphics, and marketing materials that are exactly what you need to earn clients' trust. Alpha Graphics. Bring your brand to life.
Life's too short for ordinary whiskey. Make it infamous.
Now available at Mega Package Store, 2820 Lawrenceville, Sewanee, Oregon, 4 miles from Gas South Arena.
Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services is ready to answer the call, but we'd rather prevent them. Our free home safety survey includes checking smoke alarms, identifying common hazards, and reviewing your family's home escape plan. Schedule yours today.
Biggest third period of the season coming up for the Gladiators, all tied up at 1 with the Stingrays here after 2 periods in Game 5. Gladiators with their backs against the wall looking to stave off elimination. South Carolina leads the series 3-1. Guy Chiarenza with you here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network on Flow Hockey and YouTube. Glads fans, got a big third period coming up. Take a look at your thoughts in our YouTube live chat in a second. If you have not already commented your thoughts on tonight's game, do so in the chat right now. We'll get to it in just a moment. But another big hello and a big shout out to our multiple watch parties going on back at home in Georgia. Kokio and Moe's Barbecue. Hopefully fans are having a good time. Gladiators fans always show out. I've heard those watch parties are really, really fun. And so shout out to everybody having a good time over at both of those locations. And hopefully look to see all of you back at Gas South Arena for a potential Game 6. Gladiators win, season stays alive, and we'll see you on Monday night. And that is what is at stake for Atlanta here today. In fact, for the Gladiators, this is the 7th Game 5 in the franchise's history. The Gladiators are 2-4 all-time in Game 5s, and a little bit of ECHL history for you. Back in the day, it used to be that the first couple of rounds were either 3-game series or 5-game series. I think around the 2011-12 season was when the playoff format shifted to have 7-game series through each and every single round. And for what it's worth noting, we're not quite there yet, but the Gladiators, who have played 7 Games 5s, are looking to force just the second ever Game 6 in franchise history. So while it is a territory that the Gladiators have been in before, not one that they've been in very often, and they'll look to fight for it with a big third period here. Take a look at our YouTube live chat. William says the Gladiators need to bring the pressure, and that's absolutely true. The Gladiators played with a bit of pace in the first period. And the second period really felt like the Stingrays had them on their heels for the majority of it. We'll see if they can find a way to turn that tide here in the third. Hear Me Out says, I'm scared to even comment, just tuning in. It feels like a lot of fans are sitting on the edge of their seats, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sitting on the edge of mine either. It's been a very, very, very tight series, and it really feels like it doesn't really feel like it could be a 3-1 South Carolina lead at this point. I mean, the game is so tight. Every minute detail. It's all the little things that end up making it what it is. But you think back to, Game 1, where if that whistle blows with Hyder with the puck against his pad, DJ King doesn't get the go-ahead goal, and who knows what happens in Game 1. Game 4, I mean, we know how that one ended. There's a lot of what-ifs to hockey, and that's what makes it fun, right? And it looks like Karen Zenner has said that a few of the Gladiators Booster Club have committed to getting a tattoo of the player getting the game-winning goal for the Glads. Lynette, Teresa, all in on that one. Let me know if anybody else is in on that deal. Who knows? Hopefully by the end of the night, you three are getting some ink done. Basic C says, I'm feeling the Sylvester game winner tonight. Cody Sylvester's due for a big game. And so is Eric Neely. And that's kind of what I was talking about before we went to our last break. For Cody Sylvester, he's second in goals all time in the franchise's history. Eric Neely right behind him in third with 119 goals. These are two big-time playmakers that the Gladiators have at their disposal. And while both are a little bit older for a hockey player's standards, they still got it. They're still able to rip the puck. Look for those two to be different makers for the Gladiators during this game, as Cody Sylvester has announced that whenever this season ends, that will be his final game. And myself, along with everybody else, are hoping that tonight is not that night. Gladiators looking to stave off elimination with a big third period here in North Charleston. Baycat says we're due for a Walter goal. Walter in this series has a goal and an assist in the prior 4 games. Williams says Sylvester and Neely are deadly on the ice together. That's right. And who knows, maybe Matt Ginn shuffles the deck here in terms of lines in this third period. You never know. Lynette says, make this a Gladiators game. I need a new tattoo. We'll see what we get here in the third period. Gladiators with their backs against the wall. Looking to take Game 5 and force a Game 6. Wearing their white jerseys with blue numbers. Gladiator gold trim. They will skate from right to left in the third period. Stingrays wearing their red jerseys with white numbers and blue trim will skate from left to right. And an interesting tidbit on the jerseys worn here tonight. The Stingrays are the ECHL affiliate of the NHL's Washington Capitals. Their jerseys are pretty much a carbon copy of what Washington wears for its home sweaters. Just got the Stingrays logo on the front. And the Gladiators are the ECHL affiliate of the NHL's Nashville Predators. Their jerseys are almost exactly the same as what Nashville wore during the 2020 Winter Classic. Instead of saying Nashville Predators in the script front, it says Atlanta Gladiators. And that will do it for the second intermission reports. Gladiators and Stingrays all tied up at 1. Next goal in this contest is going to be a big one as we approach third period action in North Charleston. Feels like the next goal has to go the Gladiators' way. Gladiators, when tied after 2 periods in the regular season, held a record of 10-5-1-1. The Stingrays, in such instances, had a record of 9-4-1. Two teams that are very evenly matched, separated by 1 point in the standings in the regular season. Gladiators finished with 93 points, the Stingrays 94. First line out on the ice for Atlanta: O'Brien, Davies, and Young, with Mateer and Nychuk as the blue liners. Stingrays have Person, Cooley, and Combs, with King and Moore to open the third period. Puck is down, third period underway as Mateer directs it off the stick of Young and all the way down to Bjorklund. He'll shovel it to the far corner for Cooley, knifes it up the ice for King, kicks it out of his skates to his stick, and lobs it ahead for Combs. Foiled at the Gladiator line, puck play with a high stick, and our first whistle of the third period comes 18 seconds in. We will see a neutral zone face-off here. And I've really liked that first line of Young, O'Brien, and Davies ever since the Gladiators put them together ahead of Game 4. Davies had a goal and 2 assists in Game 4. Young, the same stat line. O'Brien, a goal and assist. O'Brien and Davies, the two former teammates of the Portland Winterhawks, both exploded in their last year of junior hockey. Davies ended up getting drafted by the Florida Panthers. O'Brien has been a standout scorer in the ECHL, formerly of the Iowa Heartlanders. Puck bounces between the Gladiators' circles. Mateer lifts it to the line. Barely comes out, offside on Moore, and 5,000 referees in attendance don't agree with the call. And the clock will stop once again, 33 seconds in. Gladiators will keep the same personnel on the ice. Stingrays will swap out that starting second line with their first line of Wilkins, Lipin, and Pernard, as O'Brien takes the draw against Lipin right in front of his own bench. And O'Brien, the victor. Puck available on the near boards. Stingrays twist it free. A glance off the skate of Mateer. The Gladiators pick it up. O'Brien down the middle. Flings it off the far side corner. Picks it up behind the net. Swats at it to Davies. Under contract to Milwaukee. Gives Wilkins a bit of a shove. The Stingrays will exit. Krenzen over the red line. Now Gladiator blue. Throws it behind the net, where it's snatched up by Mateer. Puck will volley to Young. Sweeps it out of harm's way. Rodzinski to Pernard. Across for a shot. Directed away by Hyder. On the bid from Krenzen. He's got it back. Takes another shot. Blocked by Davies. Puck at the top of the paint. And Hyder is able to snag it and get a whistle with 1:16 gone by in the third. Stingrays had a flurry of shots in the second period, 14-7. Ethan Hyder has been the Gladiators' MVP so far tonight in a critical elimination game. Hyder looking for his first career playoff win. Made his playoff debut back in Game 1. Roost will take the draw to the left of Hyder against Locus. And Roost does win it. Conroy behind his own net. Flushed out to the far wing. Left for Gaudette. Immediately pressured by Howardchuk. Funk picks up the loose puck. Puts it up top. Mayer back behind the net for Howardchuk. On his forehands. Gets checked and divorced from the puck by Roost behind the cage. He'll flip it to the far corner. Stingrays from behind the net look to center. Locust all tied up with Conroy. Gladiators push the puck out of danger. Now Gaudette gives Howard Chuck a shove. Loose puck on the near circle. Funk reels it in behind the cage. He'll look to center. Puck available, but not for long. Hyder able to locate it and swaddle it up with 1 second, under 2 minutes gone by. Now both teams will get a moment to get fresh blood on. Gladiators will send out Carabia, Jarvis, Isley, Sylvester, and Cipollone. Stingrays counter with Nakbar, Guzzo, Hofer, King, and more. Face off on the near dot. Cipollone will take this. He's great at the dot so far this season, and he's won another. Jarvis swoops out to the far corner, rolls it up head to Isley. Headman's for Cipollone at the logo and spun off the puck by Guzzo. Stingrays with a quick pass, sent it down behind Hyder. Beating out the icing was Hofer as they spin it up top and cross ice to King. They'll slide it back behind the net for Hofer. On his backhand, looks to center. Gladiators get in front of it. Good play by Carabia. They'll nip it out to center. Stingrays take it in and go right back to the right wing. King down low for a shot from Nakbar. That goes through the slot. Another bid put towards the net. Boxed out by Isley. Nychuk takes it on the fly. Makes his way to the neutral zone. Throws it on goal. Stick save for Bjorklund. And the Stingrays will scoot it out to center. Denemy plunges right back in. Tries to set up Nolan for a shot. Stuffed by Cooley. He'll move in transition. Nolan gets back there on the back check to take the puck away. And roll around to the far corner where Combs gets a touch on it. South Carolina's leading point scorer in this series. Chases a drifting puck to the right wing. Gets around Nolan. Ladles it at the goal line to Cooley. Slithers out of coverage from Denemy and ends up turning it over to Nychuk. Outlet pass to Nolan. Bobbled at the far point. Make that the near point. And the Stingrays will dump it in. 3.5 gone by in the third. Mateer with control on his end. Off the stick of Young. It'll skip into South Carolina territory. Stingrays stretched up the ice to Lipin, who is boxed out by Gaudette. Puck left for Wilkins. Chases it into the corner. Has a trailer and more. Across to Leskovar. Shot off the leg of O'Brien. And reeled in by Alex Young. 3-on-2 for Atlanta. Young to the high slot, looking down low for Davies. Pass away from the intended target. Snap shot, score! Ryan Conroy picks up the loose puck and pelts it into the back of the net. Atlanta leads 2-1. A missile of a shot from Ryan Conroy, and the Gladiators have the lead back. Pass was away from Davies, hit the corner wall, and Conroy just took a chance towards the net. Not sure if that hit a Stingrays defenseman on the way, but Conroy has his first of the series, and the Gladiators, at a critical moment in an elimination game, have the lead. Goal scored 4:05 into the third. Gladiators look to keep the pedal to the metal and extend their lead. For Ryan Conroy, with 5 goals in the regular season, that is his first career playoff goal. Played in Adirondacks Kelly Cup playoff run back in 2024. This is his second stint in the Kelly Cup playoffs, playing in his 14th playoff game. Now has his first Kelly Cup playoff goal, and it could not have come at a better time. Stingrays punch the puck into Gladiator ice. King loses a hand on it at the left point. Alex Young with the primary assist and the only assist on Conroy's go-ahead goal. Walter over the red line, blasted into Stingray ice, hits the body of King. We'll chip it out to center for Funk. Led across to Locust, but to burrow it down low for Hofer. Met in the near corner. Gladiators get a piece of it. Nychuk pins it up against the yellow stripe along the boards. gets an extra stick on it as it pinballs behind the cage. Funk centering pass, broken up by Nychuk, off balance, still staying with the play. Able to chip it ahead to McNamee, who sends it a bit deeper. Hubel Chase in pursuit on the forecheck as the Gladiators get a line change behind the scenes. Stretch pass to Hofer, glances off his stick. Cipollone from below the goal line moves it across to Conroy. Over to Sylvester on the far wing. Up ahead to Isley. Over the attacking line. Stingrays swat it to center. Gaudette tattoos it off the far corner wall to Bjorklund waiting in the trapezoid. He'll play it back into the corner. Cipollone chucks it across. Isley reels in the puck behind the cage and sends it from low to high. Pass picked off by Nakbar, met at the red line by Gaudette. Nakbar makes his way into Gladiator ice. Guzzo's right wing shot goes through the slot. Fresh off the bench is King, loses a piece of the puck. Neely takes it in stride. Eric Neely to the goal, stopped by Bjorklund. Separate opportunity from Cipollone, absorbed by Garen Bjorklund. And the clock will stop at 13:59 left in the third. Heck of a play from Eric Neely to knife that puck away from DJ King. Took it to the house, did everything but score. Nice save from Bjorklund. Keeps it a 2-1 Gladiator lead. Go-ahead goal scored by Ryan Conroy. His first of the postseason. 13:59 left in the third. We're back for more action after this from our local partners.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders. Crispy, juicy, tendery tendies. Ooh, that's fun to say. Tendies, tendies, tendies. And they're so good, maybe we should change our... For tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services is ready to answer the call, but we'd rather prevent them. Our free home safety survey includes checking smoke alarms, identifying common hazards, and reviewing your family's home escape plan. Schedule yours today.
We're 20, and yeah, we're celebrating big. Because in 20 years, we didn't just make the gear, we made hockey cooler. They said we were too loud, too flashy, too different. They told us to tone it down. The Warriors don't tone it down, we go full throttle. And this is just the start. 20 years in and we're just getting warmed up. We're still the brand that makes the gear you can win in, chirping and partying. And if you thought we were bold before, just wait. The next 20 years start now.
Gladiators lead Game 5, 2-1 with 13:59 left in the third. Stingrays lead the shot count 25-23. Go-ahead goal scored by Ryan Conroy. 4:05 into the third, assisted by Alex Young. Stingrays pot the puck at the Gladiator end wall. They drive towards the slot. Combs boxed away by Eric Neely. King makes his way behind the net, scans the interior, ladles it to the line. Combs at the left point. Takes a check from Neely. Puck goes behind the net. King drives his way up to the high slot. Leaves it for more. Snapshot wide of the net. It'll hit the end wall and flapjack to Nolan. Bodies converge in the near corner. Krabia shaken down. Cooley a shot wide of the mark. And the momentum will carry the puck out to center. More shadowed by Neely. Neely's been a driving force here on this shift. Just bullying his way around the ice. Now we get a whistle with 13:05 on the clock. As Neely and Cooley exchange words as longtime Gladiator and his 10th professional season heads off. I believe that puck hit a hand on the way, or maybe somebody on the Gladiators bench. It's a bit of my blind spot from where I'm at. Faceoff will be at center circle. O'Brien to take it against Leipzig. Face-off one, Mateer to Young. Right wing pass, down the middle, skips to Krenzen. He'll deal it out to center, where it ends up ping-ponging back in, and it'll hit Davies on the way, and that'll be an offside on the Gladiators with 12:52 left in regulation. This first line for the Gladiators has been their money line. Davies, O'Brien, Young. Ever since that combo was put together in Game 4, They have just exploded with the Gladiators, the offensive juice that they've needed. Came on the heels of the 4-0 shutout at the end of Game 3. Wilkins' left wing shot turned away by Hyder. Has his own rebound in the far corner. Checked off it by Mateer. Rodzinski keeps it the left point, whips it towards the goal, hits O'Brien up high, and he's going to shake it off. Meanwhile, Young over the attacking line, slithers his way to the corner for a shot. Save made by Bjorklund. Momentum carries the puck out the center as Davies finds Young again at the right wing. He'll direct it in. Roost on for O'Brien, who has since gone to the bench. Hopefully he's all right after taking that puck to the ear. Davies downhill to Roost. Up the wall, leaves it for Gaudette. Long shot. Snared by the catching glove of Bjorklund with 12:05 to play. Gladiators will send fresh troops on. Walter, McNamee, and Roost. Conroy and Gaudette, the blue liners. And we talked about entering this game and within it, the Gladiators needing a little bit more oomph from their defensemen in terms of scoring and chipping in offensively. Go figure, the goal-ahead goal scored by defenseman Ryan Conroy. Stingrays able to weasel their way out to center, and now an errant pass from Howard Chuck will end up going down as an icing with 8:03 gone by. I think that shot from Conroy caught everybody by surprise, and especially Garen Bjorklund. Face off to the left of the Stingrays netminder. Roost against Locus. And he's won it, but quickly taken away by Howard Chuck. Skates it to the right wing, stuffs it down to the trapezoid. Conroy beats him out to it. Howard Chuck's lost his stick. Picks it back up behind the cage. Conroy sauces it to Walter on the far wing. King keeps the point, centers for Locus. Shot goes wide. Now Roos tries to flip the puck out. Hits the body of Funk. He will center. Locus a shot. Hyder fights it off and snags the rebound. Now afterwards, a brawl in the blue paint. Hyder patiently comes to a stop and probably looks on and says, no more funny business, but we've got more of it. Funk and Conroy, those two going at it. Gloves still on, so not a fight. Although Conroy's lost his lid. That guy can do it all, I'll tell you. An interview I did with him last week, I asked him, moments like this, in an environment like this, does it ever get to you? Does this fanfare, these Stingray fans, does it ever get to you? He said, not at all. He loves playing in these kind of environments. He absolutely thrives in it. And judging by the grin on his face, he's having a good time here in Game 5. And so they will separate the two parties. It looks like McNamee is making his way towards the visitors' penalty box. We'll see if there's any penalty time added here. I didn't really see McNamee do anything in that scrum. It's really Conroy that was in the thick of it, but we'll see. Conversation going on at the scorer's table. Get another good look at this here as Locus takes the initial shot, Hyder the save, and then McNamee came flying in, took a Stingray down in the blue paint, and that was really it. And looks like now Conroy's going to take a seat. We'll see if anybody on the Stingrays side joins him. As Conroy was going at it with Zach Funk. And the door now to the home penalty box is open, and we'll see if Funk will climb in, and he's headed that way. We've already had 4-on-4 action earlier on in the night. Adam Isley scored on it for the opening goal of the game with 3:40 left in the first. I have to believe that roughing is the call to Conroy and Funk. Face-off will be to the right of Hyder. Remember, the play ended with him making the save on Locus. And so it looks like we got a slew of penalties And the Stingrays are actually going to the power play. Looks like McNamee got a slash, Conroy a roughing penalty, and Funk a rough. And do the math. That leaves one extra penalty to the Gladiators, and Stingrays going to the power play. Thank you to the off-ice officials here in South Carolina for quickly relaying that information over to myself. So McNamee did get a penalty on that play, and the Stingrays are on the power play. Gladiators to the Beaver Toyota Mazda penalty kill for the second time tonight. Already 1 for 1 so far, looking to go 2 for 2. Combs from the right corner, ladles it to the line. Moore back to Combs, ever so dangerous. Feeds it left wing to Pinard. Back to Combs, they'll trade places. Left for Pinard. Top of the circle, takes a shot, blocked by Nychuk. Loose puck goes to Combs. Tosses it to Leipin, left corner. Puck will skip between the dots, and the Gladiators will clear. Cipollone on high alert, mailed it down to Bjorklund. Already 35 seconds gone by on this Stingrays power play. Wilkins from the right wing, off the wall to Combs. Back to the half wall for Moore. Now down low behind the net, it's Wilkins. Centering for a shot, and they score. Charlie Combs goes upstairs, and we're tied at 2. 2-2 game, power play goal from Charlie Combs. He has a goal in all 5 games in this series. Wilkins the pass, Combs the shots. And we're tied at 2 in game 5. Stingrays win the ensuing draw. Power play goal from Combs, scored with 10:41 left in the third. Now the Gladiators again will have to dig deep. Game tied once again. Every time the Gladiators have taken the lead, the Stingrays have had a response. Faceoff will be to the right of Bjorklund. Matt Ginn sends out the top line. Davies, Young, and O'Brien. It's arguably been their best line since game 4. Face off to the right of Bjorklund. O'Brien, Guzzo, the Stingray, the victor. O'Brien pressing in the near corner, trying to divorce Hofer from the puck. O'Brien takes a spill, grimacing a bit. Slowly gets up back to his feet as Guzzo motors through the neutral zone. Power play goal scored from Combs, assisted by Wilkins and Moore to tie the game. Young across to Davies, left wing shot just goes wide. And now from the neutral zone, Caravia slams it back in. Under 10 minutes to play in regulation. Shot count 27-25 in favor of the Stingrays. Told you Stingray fans were a crazy bunch. Nolan from the neutral zone drives it behind the net. Bjorklund slows it down off the body of Neely, almost turned it over. The Stingrays are able to pop it back out to center. Glove down by Caravia, left for a person. He will shoot up and out of play. Caravia got a nice job of getting back into that play. Off the stick and out with 9:22 on the clock. Charlie Combs' power play goal has responded to Ryan Conroy's go-ahead goal to tie this game up at 2. 9:22 left to play in regulation. Not that the ice crew might be coming out here, but they keep them at bay. We're going to keep playing on. Cipollone will take the face-off to the right of Hyder. Leipin, the opponent at the dot. And mark that one down as another win for Joey Cipollone. Gladiators heave it to center. Sylvester has to gather the bouncing puck. It ends up skipping to Leipin, and he will just float it back down near Hyder. Cipollo waffles it up the ice to Isley. From the right wing, pulls up. Reinforcements turn up ice. He'll chuck it in deep off the end wall, fielded by Moore. He'll shovel it to the left wing for Pinard. Cross ice feed for Wilkins. He'll catch up to it, look to center. Goes to the slot, nobody home. Howardchuk blazes down to the left corner. Checked hard by Mateer, puck loose in the trapezoid. Mateer takes a spill. Gladiators thought there should have been a call there, but there is none. Now at the right point, it's Krenzen. Saucing it behind the net and all the way around to King. Activating from the line, leaves it for Locust. Puck escapes the zone with 8:23 left on the clock. King makes his way behind the net on his backhand, turns and fires. Behind the net has Howardchuk. Conroy right on his heels. Play reversed back to the far wing. King gets there. Puck is spat into the air. Nobody knows where it is. Funk makes his way to the high slot for a shot. Blocked by Gaudette. Loose puck to Conroy, and the Gladiators rip it off the near glass and down. And it'll be an icing with 7:52 left in regulation. Shot count 28-25 in favor of the Stingrays. Now with the power play goal from Combs, both teams have scored a power play goal twice in this series. Roost wins the face-off deep in his own end. Combs quickly takes it back behind the net. Pressured by Gaudette. Kept to the outside. As now the puck is chucked into the skates of Cooley. Ladles it to the line. Rodzinski across to Moore. Creep down the right wing and go behind the net. Moore centers. Rodzinski holds. As Cooley left wing for a shot, that goes wide. Now at the right point, it's Moore again. Down low to Cooley. Defended by Conroy. He'll take him to the wall. Exchange goes awry, and the Gladiators have the puck. Exit attempt, hits Roost up high, and now leaps towards the Gladiators bench, but stays in play. Roost checked off the puck at the red line. Hofer quickly charges back in. Hofer to the goal, stopped by Hyder. Puck bounces to the line. Nakbar keeps it alive. Checked by Davies. Divorces him from the puck on the near boards. And now the puck will leak to Rodzinski. Battle for it in the near corner. Guzzo slides it behind the cage. Hofer jockeying for it against Corabia, reverses back to the near wall. Gladiators are able to pinch the puck away. Conroy flushed out to the far wall. Will chug his way to center and blast the puck in and get off for a change. Yorkland slows it down. Young gets in front of it. Loose puck in the far corner, handled by South Carolina. 6:20 to play in regulation. Nakbar flips it to the near corner. Nychuk gets there, bombs it up the ice for Young. Hits the stick of Lipin and sputters back to Krenzen. The rookie for South Carolina, headmans to the right wing for Pinard. Stumbling, centers for Lipin, broken up by Nychuk. Pinard sweeps it over to the left corner for Wilkins. On his backhand, swerves it up to the half wall. Gladiators pinch the puck away as Nolan clanks it off the right wing wall to himself. Krenzen beats him out in the chase for the puck. Neely was the trailer, looking to hem the min, but it does go the length of the ice, and beating out Lipin to the icing was Gaudette. Great hustle there from the rookie. Stingray fans not happy about that call, but what a play by Gaudette to get back in time to get that call. Offensive zone face-off for the Gladiators. Tired Stingrays have to stay on. Face-off will be to the right of Yorkland. Denemy to take it. Neely to his right. Nolan to his left. Corabia and Gaudette man the blue line. Lads win the draw. Pass across. Not enough steam to make it to Corabia. Wisely gets back into defensive position. Funk will chip and chase down to the end wall. Gaudette able to scoot it away from the pressure. Corabia airs one out to the neutral zone. Denemy skates into it. Right wing pass to the slot. Nolan a drive. Gobbled up by Bjorklund, and there is no rebound. What a play. Dylan Carabia, a perfect floater over the neutral zone, had some serious hang time. Right on time for Denemy. Nolan, the trailer for the shot, did everything but score. 5:20 left in the third. Game 5 tied up at 2. Gladiators looking to stave off elimination when we come back.
Why choose between getting things done and doing things with the ones you love? With Kroger's same-day pickup and delivery, it's easy to shop the same great prices and quality you'd find in-store, so you can catch more family time. We'll bring your groceries right to you, satisfaction guaranteed, so you can spend time on what matters most. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
It's game day and Bucky's ready for action. From the moment he pulls up, it's all smiles, high fives, and Beaver Toyota pride. A quick stop for snacks and he's game ready. The energy in the arena starts to build because when Beaver Toyota and the Gladiators team up, the fun and excitement never stop. Catch Bucky at the next Gladiators game or visit us anytime at beavertoyotacoming.com.
2-2 tie with 5:20 left in regulation in Game 5. In 6 out of the 9 regular season meetings between these two, those were decided by 1 goal. 3 out of the prior 4 in this series have been decided by 1 goal. This one trending in that direction. Face off to the left of Bjorklund. Cipollone will take it against Guzzo. False start on the draw. Get a do-over. Watch out for Dylan Carabia right behind Cipollone if Gladiators forward is able to win this draw. Stingrays win it. King flips it to the right wing for Hofer. At the red line, directs it in deep. Carabia fields it, pressured by Nakbar. Puck at the left point, King has it. Steers it down low to Nakbar, shadowed by Carabia. Puck goes into the far corner. Into the final 5 minutes of the third. Bodies converge at the end wall. Puck goes out of play. And I'm going to say that it hit the glass on the way out, so no delay of game. 4:53 on the clock. Guy Chiarenza with you here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network on Flow Hockey and YouTube. Game 5 all tied up at 2. South Carolina leads the South Division Semifinal series 3-1. Gladiators looking to stave off elimination. 4:53 on the clock. Face off to the left of Hyder. Roost directs it to the corner. Ends up picking it up himself. Takes it out the center. Wanted Walter, but it's poked away by Person. His fellow countryman directs it down to Nychuk, who fields it in the far corner. Gladiators clank it out to the neutral zone. McNamee over center red. Blasts it into the far corner. Roost twisting and turning at the half wall. Jabs it up top. Mateer surfs the line. Pulls up and shoots. Blocked by his own man and Roost. Walter has the free puck. Sets up McNamee for a bid, and that goes wide. Nychuk activates from the line. Tries to cut down the left wing. Stingrays press it away. They'll whack it out to center, and Roost will float it back into the glove of Bjorklund. Pick it off for a change. 4 minutes left in regulation in Game 5. Gladiators have led twice in this game. Every time, the Stingrays have had a response. South Carolina punches the puck down to the Gladiator end wall. Kennard met by Gaudette. Gladiators are able to slip it to the neutral zone. O'Brien moves into action. Has Young right wing. Pass across it to Skate. Gladiators chip it to the right point for Conroy, who swerves it behind the net for O'Brien. Centering pass back to O'Brien. Spins out of defensive coverage for Moore to locate Young. He'll climb up the far wall and shoot. Shot is blocked by King. Stingrays wrap it around to the near wall. 3:15 to go. King lobs it to center circle. Glove down by Nolan. Slapped by his stick over to Denemy. He'll chase after it on the dump in to the end wall. Heaves it to the right corner for Neely. A long-time Gladiator puts it up top. Carabia off the end wall to Nolan. On his forehand, sets up a shot from the left wing that goes wide. Came off the stick of Jarvis. Momentum carries it out to center and all the way down to Gladiator ice. Carabia's outlet pass skips off a stick. Locus will battle for it. It's the fourth-year Gladiator. Carabia able to soccer it to Jarvis. Led ahead in hopes of finding Nolan. Kept away by Rodzinski. From the red line, Howard Chuck wheels it down to Hyder. Came out to the trapezoid to play it. He'll leave it for Chad Nychuk. Nychuk sidesteps by Ryan Hofer. From the red line, puts it on goal. Save made by Bjorklund. No rebound with 2:14 on the clock. Faceoff will be to the right of the Stingray netminder. To this point, Bjorklund has stopped 25 of 27. Hyder, 27 of 29. Sylvester, Cipollone, and Isley on the ice for Atlanta. Nychuk and Mateer the blue line. Sylvester will take this draw against Stan Cooley on the near circle. A little over 2 minutes to play. Gladiators win the draw. Nychuk at the left point. Creeps down the wall for a shot save. The rebound just swept wide by Cipollone. Available on the near boards. Combs will twist it out. Mateer to the right wing for Nychuk. He'll direct it in. Under 2 minutes to play in regulation. Krenzen up the ice to Person. Cross ice to Combs. Over the red line. Plugs it down to the end wall. Conroy beats out Cooley. Checked hard to the end wall. Conroy back up on his feet. Isley grabs the puck from that area and quickly charges up the ice. Adam Isley, already with a goal here today, pulls back and ladles it downhill, and we'll go out for a change. 1:27 on the clock. Nakbar streaks down the left wing, takes a check along the boards. Puck will meander its way to the trapezoid where Conroy is able to handle it. Flushed out to the left wing, lays it ahead for Roost. Stingrays get a stick on it. Gaudette will control in front of his bench. Off the wall, lays the head to Walter, cuts inside, Walter to the goal, backhand shot, just goes wide. But we do have a penalty. 1:01 to play. Walter with the nice move on the right wing, created some separation, tried to go to the backhand, and I think he got hooked in the process. We'll see what the official call is. Yep, that's a hook if I've ever seen one. It was DJ King lurching towards Walter. Oh, Walter just shook him out of his boots, and King, in a last-ditch effort, just tried to do everything he could to pull down the Swede. It's a hooking call with 1:01 left in the third. Eco Electric Power Play looking to come up clutch and save the Gladiators season. High drama in North Charleston. Stingrays, beg your pardon, the Gladiators have called their timeout. With 1:01 to play. Eco Electric Power Play takes the ice. This is the biggest one of the season. We'll see who Matt Ginn will send out to open the power play. King in the box. 2 for hooking. Everybody, check your heart rate, check your blood pressure, remain calm. Biggest moment of the season coming up. 2-2 tie, 1:01 left in the third. Gladiators to the power play, looking to stave off elimination. Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals. South Carolina leads the series 3-1. And everybody has climbed to their feet here in North Charleston. First unit will start. Walter, Young, O'Brien, Nychuk, and Roost. Young against Guzzo, the Stingray the victor. Moore reverses to the near wall. Pinard can't clear the zone. Young, top of the right circle. Finds a man down low, it's O'Brien. Back to Young, 50 seconds to play in regulation. Nychuk, right circle down low, O'Brien across for Roost. Ladles it to the right point for Young. Over to Roost. Left wing downhill. Walter to the goal. Just puts it wide, and the Stingrays clear it to the line, but Nychuk keeps it in. Nychuk down low. O'Brien back inside for a shot save. The rebound is available, and it's swept away. Young centers. Nychuk holds Roost. A drive fought up by Bjorklund. Puck behind the net. O'Brien centers. 15 seconds to play. Nychuk in the high slot finds Young right wing. Back to Nychuk. He will shoot. Shot goes wide. Gladiators look to center. Puck is free. 5 seconds to go. Held in at the line. Young shoots. Blocked by Moore. And we're going to overtime. And afterwards, Bjorklund going after Jack O'Brien. And they will separate the two parties. We will head to a 15-minute intermission. And the first overtime game of this series is coming up next. Stingrays score. They are on to the South Division Final. Gladiators score. They keep their season alive. And we have a Game 6 on Monday in Duluth. Take a moment to breathe. We are back with the overtime intermission report coming up next. Gladiators and Stingrays tied up at 2. We are back to North Charleston after this from our local partners.
It's game day and Bucky's ready for action. From the moment he pulls up, it's all smiles, high fives, and Beaver Toyota pride. A quick stop for snacks and he's game ready. The energy in the arena starts to build because when Beaver Toyota and the Gladiators team up, the fun and excitement never stop. Catch Bucky at the next Gladiators game or visit us.
Feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Sometimes life's collisions leave us feeling off balance. But at 100% Chiropractic, we know how to get you back on track. We don't just straighten you out, we empower you.
We educate you on how to get to the root cause and give you a play-by-play strategy on how to get you back to 100%.
We even use lasers.
Fucking lasers!
Our $49 first experience includes a complete set of comprehensive chiropractic x-rays, a fit 3D scan, and your first life-changing adjustment. Visit us and break the ice. Discover the power of chiropractic care at 100%.
When you need inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger. For thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And low prices that add up to big savings, like over $600 in digital coupons each week, and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services is ready to answer the call, but we'd rather prevent them. Our free home safety survey includes checking smoke alarms, identifying common hazards, and reviewing your family's home escape plan. Schedule yours today.
We know our final score will be 3-2. The question is who is going to be the hero in overtime? Guy Chiarenza with you here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network. Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals between Atlanta and South Carolina has gone to overtime. Gladiators are playing in their first overtime game since April 22nd of 2022. They played the Jacksonville Icemen that day in that first-round playoff series, and the guy that scored the game-winning goal in that game in the 5-4 overtime loss is playing in this game here tonight, and that was Ben Howardchuk. Gladiators have not won an overtime game since 2009 as we get into the good, the bad, and the ugly. So here is the good news. The good news is that the Gladiators will open overtime with about a minute of power play time. It's going to be 59 seconds. The ugly is that the Gladiators, as I mentioned before, last time out in their last overtime game, lost to the Jacksonville Icemen. And here is the bad. The Gladiators have not won an overtime game since April 16th of 2009 against the Florida Everblades. It was a 3-2 overtime win, and Tom Zanoski scored the overtime winner for the Gladiators in that game. In fact, the Gladiators are 7-12 all-time in playoff games that end in overtime, and they have lost 5 straight overtime games. We've seen this Atlanta Gladiators team do pretty incredible things this season, including making the playoffs for the first time since 2022. We have seen this Gladiators team rally back to win some incredible games. We have seen the Gladiators win their first playoff game in this series since 2013. And so if that can happen, why not an overtime victory to keep their season alive? Here's what's at stake. If the Stingrays score, the Gladiator season is over, and Atlanta heads home. There will be no Game 6 on Monday, and the Stingrays will be off to the South Division Final. If the Gladiators score, the season stays alive, and we will have a Game 6 on Monday at 7:10 p.m. at Gas South Arena. No pressure, right? Gladiators in these kind of games this season have been so clutch, and just to lay down the rules for you, we are in the middle of a 15-minute intermission period. Intermission shortened in playoff overtime. And in playoff overtime, it is 5-on-5, just like you would normally play in regulation, except it is sudden death. Whoever scores first wins the game. We thought we were going to get to this point on Tuesday. Gladiators tied the game with 65 seconds left. Josh Davies with the tip on a long Chad Nychuk shot. And then 37 seconds later, with 28 seconds on the clock, Romain Rodzinski robbed us of overtime in Duluth. And the Gladiators and the Stingrays ended up exiting the building off of that wacky no goal with 1/10 of a second left, thanks to the offside. And so now it seems like the universe has righted itself, it seems. Here are some more playoff notables and stat nuggets for the Gladiators as we head into overtime here. And now I finally get to share this interesting story of Game 3 of the 2012 Eastern Conference quarterfinal against the Stingrays. That game ended up being the 3rd longest game in ECHL history. The game ended 4:19 into the 4th overtime period. South Carolina's Zach Tarkir scored the game-winning goal in a game that lasted 5 hours and 4 minutes. And so for those of you who do not know, it's going to take as long as it needs to for this game to come to its conclusion. If nobody scores in the first overtime period, we'll then do another 15-minute intermission segment, and we'll come back out for a second overtime period, and we'll just take as many overtimes as we need until we get a winner. Again, sudden death overtime here in South Carolina. The next goal is the game winner. South Carolina scores. They are off to the South Division Final. Gladiators score. They force a Game 6 on Monday in Duluth at Gas South Arena. And Gladiators have had some big-time playmakers in their arsenal this season. And a lot of them have come up clutch when it comes to overtime. And for what it's worth, regular season overtime, 3-on-3, 7-minute overtime periods, not nearly the same as overtime in the playoffs. But for what it's worth, the Gladiators were 7-4 in overtime in the regular season, and the Stingrays were 7-1. Gladiators lost 2 overtime games in this building against the Stingrays back in the regular season. But the playoffs are a whole different animal. And so those of you who have not already taken a moment to breathe, calm yourself. The best is yet to come. You know, the mantra coming into the season was one battle. This is it. This might be the biggest battle of them all. Culminates into overtime here in Game 5. Friday night of hockey presented by Freddy's. We are at 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The overtime period should begin at 9:51 p.m. local time here in Charleston. Don't know if we'll get to play Eric Clapton's After Midnight in this one, but again, it'll take as long as it needs to for this game to find its conclusion. And so here's how we got here. Gladiators scored first, 4-on-4 action late in the first period. Adam Isley and the Gladiators take advantage. It will be his fourth of the series. Isley from Gaudet and Cipollone. Again, 4-on-4 action, 3:40 left in the first. Gladiators took the first lead of the night. Stingrays responded 1:58 into the second period. Person from Combs, passed below the goal line, found Person in the slot. He was able to score off of that to tie the game. 1-1 tie heading into the third. Ryan Conroy gives the Gladiators the lead as that goal was scored 4:05 into the third from Alex Young. Kind of a sneaky shot from Ryan Conroy as Young relayed the puck and was hoping to find Josh Davies beneath the left circle, but I don't believe it ended up making its way to Davies. Ended up hammering off the end wall to Conroy, who whipped a shot from the left circle into the back of the net, startling Bjorklund for the go-ahead goal. Stingrays in response put one in their own. 10:41 left in the third on the power play. Charlie Combs from Josh Wilkins and Connor Moore to tie the game up at 2, and that's where we sit right now. And the trend and the alarming trend for the Gladiators and the goals against in this game, each one have come from passes from below the goal line to the slot. They cannot let that happen here in overtime. Mistakes are going to be magnified. We talked about that in the pregame show entering this game and really throughout the course of the night. Backs against the wall in an elimination game. The Gladiators have to find a way to play perfect hockey from here on out. They have to be perfect, and they have to be smart. I don't want the Gladiators to cheat up on plays too much. If you have to roll back into defensive position, go back. I mean, you have all the time in the world here in overtime. It'll go on as long as it needs to. For the Gladiators, keep your cool heads. You will prevail if you play smart hockey. And I really feel like they have to find a way to do something with the 59 seconds worth of power play time to open the overtime frame. DJ King in the box for a hooking penalty that occurred with 1:01 left in regulation. Walter drew the penalty. And I feel like for me, guys and gals and people of the audience back at home, I feel like for me it's got to be Isaac Walter. He was clutch for the Gladiators back in the regular season. Walter seemed to be the Gladiators' go-to guy when it came to game-winning goals. The rookie's so cool and composed. In fact, Walter, when it came to the regular season, was second amongst ECHL rookies in game-winning goals with 7. And Isaac Walter is my pick to be the Gladiators guy here in overtime to extend this series to a potential Game 6. Fans, you can make your pick as to who you think is going to score the overtime winner in our YouTube live chat. Again, for those of you who do not know, 5-on-5, sudden death overtime coming up. It'll take as long as it needs to. We'll keep just going through overtimes and overtimes and overtimes until somebody scores. There are no media timeouts in overtime. The ice will be there will be a scraping of the snow on the ice at the 10-minute mark, or the first timeout under the 10-minute mark of each overtime period. Stingrays score, they are off to the South Division Final. Gladiators score, they extend the series and live to see another day. Game 6 on Monday in Duluth. Matt Ginn's no-quit Gladiators. They're not underdogs. They're the disrespected. And they're going to try and let all the naysayers know here in overtime that they're not done yet. Stingrays are back out onto the ice wearing their red jerseys with white numbers and blue trim. They will skate from right to left in overtime. Gladiators wearing their white jerseys with blue numbers and Gladiator gold trim will skate from right to left in the overtime frame. Hold on to your hats. Overtime awaits in North Charleston. Again, the Gladiators will open overtime with 59 seconds of power play time carrying over from a hooking call on DJ King with 1:01 left in regulation. Gladiators did everything they could to put that puck towards the net on Bjorklund. And somehow, some way, the puck stayed out. If they could play anything like that to start this power play open overtime, could be over quickly. Looks like the Gladiators are going to send out the first power play unit to open overtime. Young, O'Brien, Walter, Roost, and Nychuk. This faceoff will start at center circle. Gladiators have outshot the Stingrays 31-29 to this point. Free hockey coming up next on this Friday night of hockey presented by Freddy's. Hopefully Freddy's is still open by the time this thing ends. We'll go as long as we need. Four-man officiating crew here tonight. Olin Bloyer, Hayden Verbeek, wearing numbers 31 and 57 respectively, are our referees. Our linesmen, Shane Gustafson, number 87, and Brian Pincus, wearing number 71. Guy Chiarenza with you here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network, on Flow Hockey and YouTube. Overtime for this game, 5 tied up at 2, starts now. Gladiators wrestle the puck away at the dot. They will possess to open overtime. Again, they start this sequence on the power play. Nychuk slingshots Walter up the ice. Quick exchange to O'Brien. Makes his way behind the net. Sheds a defender and finds Young at the right point. Alex Young creeping down the wall. Takes a look, didn't shoot, finds Nychuk at the line. Cross ice to Roost, waiting at the left circle. Pulls up in the left corner on his backhand, shovels it in hopes of finding O'Brien. Moore picks it away and the Stingrays will clear. 20 seconds left on the penalty to King. Stretch pass. Goes away from Roost. No icing as he did get a skate on it. Puck behind the net. Stingrays flip it away from Sylvester. And they whip it down the ice again. It's another clear. 6 seconds left on the penalty. Guzzo gets to a loose puck in the near corner. Looks to center off a stick and wide. Stingrays back to full strength. King out of the box. Rodzinski behind the net, finds a man left wing. Puck will chip out to center. Conroy floats it down to the end wall, where Bjorklund leaves it for Rodzinski. Heaves it back to the near wall for Guzzo. They'll go cross ice to King. He will drop it into Gladiator ice, slowed down by Hyder and left for Carabia. Conroy, outlets for Sylvester, stick knocked out of his hands, and that's an icing. Sylvester looking for a call there, but doesn't get one, and have to imagine that calls here in overtime are going to be far from and few between. Face off to the left of Ethan Hyder. 1 minute and 35 seconds gone by in overtime. Game 5 tied up at 2. Off the draw. Puck is kicked into the far corner. Cooley goes careening there with Conroy. Gladiators trying to wedge the puck free. Conroy divorces Cooley from it behind the Gladiator cage. Outlet to Isley on the right wing. Has Sip alone, cross ice, chases into the puck. It'll spurt back to Conroy in the Gladiators defense. It's stretch pass met by Combs. Puck ping-pongs off the head of Conroy in the dump-in. Person checks down Carabia, looks to center. Stuff attempt, kept out by Hyder. Now King behind the nets. Puts it up top to Moore. Cross ice, Leipin a shot through a screen wide of the goal mouth. Gladiators slug it up the ice to Isley. From the red line, pitches it in deep, and it's an icing. Didn't quite get there. 2:22 gone by in OT. Neither team yet to register a shot on goal in overtime. Face off to the right of Ethan Hyder. Cipollone to take this against Jalen Lipin. Gladiators win the face-off. Conroy angles it off the end wall and into the far corner. Carabia pushes it up the ice to Nolan. Across to Cipollone along the near wall. Will gain the red line and try and stuff it in. Met by Wilkins. Cipollone's second attempt makes its way down behind Bjorklund. Nolan along the right wing has it taken away by Lipin. Over the red line, flings it ahead. Met by Nychuk. They'll reel it in and jab it out to center. Now Nychuk over the red line. Twists it off the near corner to Neely. Quick shot blocked. Puck will tumble into the far corner. Cooley off the glass. Glove down by Denemy to keep the zone. Looking inside to Neely. Off balance. Couldn't handle. 3-on-3 up the ice. Wilkins pulls up at the right wing. Centers. Intercepted by Denemy. Sends Walter down the right wing. Isaac Walter to the goal. Backhand shot. Robbed by Bjorklund. Unbelievable save, and we play on. South Carolina in a hurry, ice the puck after the miraculous save by Bjorklund. And we keep playing with 16:26 left in the first overtime. Walter to the backhand. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Bjorklund just stretches across to keep it out. Oh my goodness. Face off to the left of Bjorklund. Roost wins the draw. Conroy at the right point. Feeds it to the left. Gaudette shoots off a body and out of play. And that shot from Walter, the robbery by Bjorklund, that was the first registered shot on goal here in overtime for either side. Face off on the far circle. Walter joined by Roost and McNamee are the forward group. Jarvis and Carabia, the two defensemen. Roost to duel against Guzzo at the dot. Guzzo wins this one. Stingrays slam it up the wall and out. Jarvis from the red line bangs it back in. Slowed down by Bjorklund in the trapezoid. Left for Connor Moore. Fires up the ice for Nakbar. Sends Guzzo into action, barreling down the left wing, pulls up, and steers it around the horn to the right corner for Moore. Moore touch pass to Nakbar, back to Moore. Up top, Hofer fakes the blast, feeds it left wing, Rodzinski shoots, high riser, fought off by Hyder, hit him in the mask, and he shakes it off. Whistle immediately blows. You can hear the clank of that one hitting the bars of the mask on Ethan Hyder, who has come up huge for the Gladiators in Game 5. Rodzinski with a game-winning goal in Game 4. Tried to tuck that between the ear of Hyder and the elbow of the crossbar. And it was close. And Hyder might be hearing that one ring in his ears. Face off to his left. Cooley against O'Brien at the dot. Stingrays win the draw. Rodzinski sidesteps to the half wall. Centers, intercepted by Nychuk. Davies turns up ice with a burst of speed. Angles it off the near corner wall. Rodzinski fishes it away and plugs it back out to center. O'Brien sends it right back in. Once again met by Rodzinski in the near corner. Outlets to Person, bombed by O'Brien. Gladiators trying to push the narrative. Stingrays thump it down the ice. No icing as Mateer will track it down. Jack Mateer off balance, slugs it off the left wing wall and out to center. Handled by Moore. Mayer, I beg your pardon, Mayer up ahead to Combs. Combs down the left wing. Looks to center. Hyder gets a stick on it. Kept in at the right point by Krenzen. Fed across to Mayer, a shot. Blocked away by Hyder. Now in the near corner. Mayer spars for it with O'Brien. Puck chipped away by Mateer. Nychuk behind the net. Escapes the pressure. Puck hits the referee. Stingrays have it. They send it to the far corner. Bernard turns and shoots. Blocked by Mateer. Gladiators shove it out to center. Stingrays come right back in. Lipin down below the goal line to Bernard. Heaves it to the far corner. Trying to go back to Lipin. Cut off by Sipalone. They'll deal it to Nychuk. The Gladiators will air it out to the neutral zone. Puck skips by Connor Moore. And the Georgia native will hold it behind his own net for a moment. They'll stretch it up to the right wing for Hawerchuk. He'll pull up in center. Funk a backhand shot off a stick and wide. Behind the net, it's Hawerchuk. Shadowed by Carabia. Hawerchuk able to spin away. Gets behind the net. Decked by Gaudette. Stingrays keep the puck. At the left point, King across to Moore. He'll cut inside for a shot off a stick and away from danger. Into the far corner, Gladiators pitch it ahead. Nolan trying to find a way to exit. Stingrays keep at the right point. Locust tattoos it off the end wall. Gaudette reels it in and throws it ahead down the right wing to Isley. At a glance off his stick. Moore to Funk in the near corner. 13:26 left in overtime. Shot count 32-31 in favor of the Gladiators. Atlanta led the shot count 29-27 at the end of regulation. Gladiators foil the Stingrays' attempt on entry. Here is Neely. Drop pass, right wing shot off the crossbar. It would not go. Jarvis to Denemy. Left corner, up top to Nolan. Cross ice for a bomb from Jarvis. Blocked by Nakbar. Puck behind the cage. Gladiators scramble for it. Denemy leaves it for Neely. Centering pass, intercepted by Nakbar. Denemy gets it back in the neutral zone. He'll drive it back down to Bjorklund. Both teams have had their chances in OT. Puck will skip to Mateer. He'll field it between the rings of his own zone. Dragged in by Roos. He will shoot. Blocked in front. Second opportunity. Goes wide. Roos keeps the zone. Using his muscle along the left wing. Puck spurts to the corner. Moore reverses to the near side for Combs. Boxed off the puck by McNamee. Mateer has it. Over to Nychuk and Gladiator ice. Puck jumbles into the Gladiators bench with just about 8 minutes gone by in overtime. What a game this has been. 2-2 tie. 7:57 gone by in overtime number 1. Stingrays win. They are off to the South Division final. Gladiators win. There will be a Game 6 on Monday in Duluth. Face-off will be at center circle. Alex Young to take it against Stan Cooley. Young was the Gladiators' leading point scorer this season. 59 points in 72 games. Stingrays dump the puck behind Hyder. Gladiators defense able to field it. Up ahead, Davies unable to get a stick on it. Long shot from Krenzen goes wide. Now in the near corner, Gaudette checked by Person. Gladiators able to wedge the puck off the wall. Stingrays take it back. Stan Cooley from the high slot turns and shoots. Gladiators block it. Young gets a body on the puck and takes it to the neutral zone. Davies flapjacks it into the far corner. Chases after it as Rodzinski got to the puck. Stingrays defenseman and former Steelhead slams it to the red line. Gladiators re-enter. Davies bodies away Rodzinski on the left wing. Sets up Cipolone in the corner. Joey Cipolone tries to wrap it around. Stingrays clean up house and sweep it out to center. Now Sylvester at center circle. Feeds it right wing to Cipolone. He'll blast it around the horn to the left wing for Adam Isley. Left for Nychuk at the left point. Puck taken away by Pinard. Lone man back as Mateer waving at the puck. He is able to get enough of it and take it away from Pinard. Now Cipolone soars through the neutral zone. Cuts to the high slot, bouncing to the right wing. Sliploon's shot off a stick and into the far corner. Sylvester reels it in. Jabs at left point for Jarvis. Shot to the goal, gets blocked, and the Stingrays take it up the ice. Lipin barrels down the left wing. Go around the net. Fed at the right wing by Hofer. Now out of the corner it is Wilkins. Centering, Hofer behind the nets. Hofer to the forehand, tries to center. Puck is free, but not for long. Hyder pounces on it and freezes time in overtime with 10:20 on the clock. And Hofer behind the net, just trying to center that to the slot. It got there. Gladiators defense able to take away the sticks of the Stingrays so Hyder can jump on it. Face off to the left of Ethan Hyder. Guzzo against Denemy at the dot. The Stingrays win it. Moore, a snapshot from the point. Blocked between the circles. Puck is free. Hofer delays over the stick of Nakbar. Stingrays just chuck it into the far corner. Gladiators air it out into their own bench. Grabbed by assistant coach Zach Fennell. Heck of a catch. About a 20-yard gain. Good hands from assistant coach Zach Fennell. Played back in this league a time ago with the Indy Fuel. Face-off will once again be to the left of Ethan Hyder. Denemy, Neely, and Nolan, the forward group. Conroy and Gondet, the defenseman for Atlanta. Cooley against Denemy. And Cooley's won it. Moore at the right point, leaves it for Combs. He'll turn and shoot. Blocked in front. Conroy take it down along the far wall. Denemy chips it out to center. More fans on the pass. Denemy takes it ahead. Tries to blast towards the net, but Combs picks his pocket. Weaving down the left wing wall, centers to Cooley. It'll skip towards the goal, and Hyder will haul it in with 9:46 left in overtime. And afterwards, an all-out brawl in the far corner. Hyder skates away. It's time for the shoveling of the snow as we have reached the 10-minute mark of the first overtime. Fisticuffs midway through overtime. Bit of a yard sale as Hyder gets off to the bench for a swig of water. I'm going to keep it here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network, on Flow Hockey and YouTube. For all of you watching at our watch parties back in Georgia, Tokyo, and Moe's Original Barbecue, you've been treated to a good one. Gladiators and Stingrays, sudden death overtime, tied up at 2, 9:46 left in the first overtime. Game 5, South Carolina leads the series 3-1. Guy Chiarenza deep in enemy territory. Stingray fans, a very spirited bunch, very passionate bunch, and their thoughts on their own, and sometimes they're very vocal about them. And the layout here at North Charleston Coliseum is quite interesting. I think when they built this building back in the late 90s, they forgot to add a press box, and so they said that, yeah, the lower row of section 232, you can put a little table on that, and we're good to go. And that's where I'm sitting, so I'm actually sitting right from the fans' perspective on the far side of what those of you on Flow Hockey see. Those of you watching and listening on our YouTube audio stream, thank you as well. Those of you who wish to watch this game through to its conclusion, you can head on over to flowhockey.tv. Get your subscription started. They are running a limited time pricing offer right now through the Kelly Cup playoffs. Stingrays win the neutral zone draw to resume action here in overtime. Behind the net, it is Nychuk. Sweeping it to McNamee, ends up going to Moore. Puck bounces in front, stopped away by Mateer. Lurking in front was Guzzo and Hofer. Now a shot from the left wing, skitters towards the goal line. Hyder pokes it behind the net as Mateer is there to meet it in a battle against Hofer. Mateer kicks it ahead to Walter. 3-on-2 for the Gladiators if they hurry. Walter to the left wing for McNamee. Tries to slap it down deeper, but it hits a Stingray on the way. Spurts to center circle, or Nychuk directs it in. But 9:09 left in the first overtime. I'm not sure when Kokio or Moe's closes, but maybe they might keep the doors open in a special circumstance. Roost down the right wing, leaders at a cross. Davies from the left corner pulls up, exchanges with Young behind the cage. Alex Young on his forehand, turns and shoots. Save is made, and the puck is swept free. Young in the left corner, goes back behind the net. At the right wing half wall, dekes his way to the point, swerves down the wall, tried to go back to Conroy at the point, but he wasn't quite ready for it. Has to track it down in the neutral zone. Now Carabia will brush the puck down to Bjorklund, who slows it down in the trapezoid. Edmans to Moore, up ahead has Bernard. Across to the right wing for Wilkins. He'll pull up, delay to Lipin. Ladles it inside, but the Gladiators clean up. Able to sweep it to O'Brien on the far wall. He'll angle out to center for Davies. Left for Young. Blue line shot blockered away by Bjorklund. Now O'Brien threads it behind the net. Met there by Young and three other Stingrays. South Carolina volleys it out to center. Mateer will pick it back up. And now we are down to 7:50 left in the first overtime. Nychuk to the blue line. Nobody home. Stingrays go back up ice. Funk from the right wing shoots. Hyder fights it off. Now Rodzinski from the left wing steers it down low to Funk. It'll glance off his stick. Cipolone presses up the ice. Foot race for it. And it's an icing as Krenzen got there before Isley. And so, clock stops with 7:32 left in the first overtime. Shot count 35-32 in favor of Atlanta. Game 5 tied up at 2. Stingrays score, they're off to the South Division Final. Gladiators score, there will be a Game 6 on Monday at Gas South Arena. And off the draw, the puck will go into the corner. Now at the right point, it is Rodzinski. Down the wall to Person. Out of the corner, Gladiators pick it away. Person gets a touch on it. Puck skitters towards the goal. Gladiators in a hurry, sweep it away from Hyder. Behind the net, it's Combs. On his backhand, rides up the left wing wall and is shaken down by Isley. Adam Isley off the wall, takes it to the near corner. Keeps it away from Moore, gives him a bit of a shove. Adam Isley upended on that play. Gladiators keep the line. Jarvis across, Carabia, blast, kick, save, and the rebound swept away. Now Isley at the left point, turns and shoots, blocked between the circles, and poked out to center. Jarvis will skate into it at his own blue line. Led ahead to Neely. He's got a break. Neely across, Denemy, and it poked away by Guzzo. Gets it back along the right wing. Shakes away the coverage. Shot goes off the post and stays out. That's 2 in overtime. Hit the far post and clanked out. Now Nakbar drives his way to the Gladiator end wall. Pinned up by Carabia. Denemy wheels it to the right wing for Nolan. Gladiators will head man up the ice. Jarvis heaves it to the goal. Off the stick of King, corralled by Bjorklund. 6:05 left in overtime. If we need another, we'll play another. Neely in the near corner. Looks to keep the puck away from Nakbar. It'll spin behind the net, grabbed by Gaudet. Left for Conroy. He'll chuck it ahead to Nolan. Nolan looking up the ice, leaves it for Conroy. Ahead has Roost in the neutral zone. Bumped off the puck, Krenzen rips it back in. Angled off the near corner, Hyder slows it down. Gladiators spit it up to the blue line for Neely. Peels it away from Mayer, lobs it cross ice to Nolan. Over the attacking line, Ryan Nolan puts a backhand shot off the side of the cage. Walter has it, he'll send it to the line. Nychuk to Walter, left circle shot off the pad of Bjorklund and would not go. Battle for it along the left wing. Walter poking and probing for it. Tries to plunder the puck away. And he will. Steers it to Roost in the far corner. Stingrays are able to get a piece of it. Up ahead to Pinard. Lipin whiffs on the dumping attempt. And the Gladiators will volley it back to the Stingrays defense. 4:54 left in the first overtime. Stretch ahead to Wilkins. Passes it left wing to Pinard. He'll shoot high and wide. Puck sputters to the goal line, and it stays out. Mateer was able to sweep it away from behind the net. They center off the side of the cage, and Hyder reels it in. Never a dull moment. 4:40 left in the first overtime. We'll see a face-off to the right of Ethan Hyder. Alex Young will take this face-off against Dean Locus. And the Gladiators win the face-off. Carabia bangs it out the center, skips by O'Brien. Icing. 4:32 in overtime one. It looks like this time it'll be to the left of Hyder. O'Brien will take this face-off against Stan Cooley. Gladiators got a change of personnel in at the dot. O'Brien against Cooley this time, and O'Brien kind of cheating on that a little bit. He's going to get tossed. No, actually going to let him stay. And the Gladiators take it up ice off the draw. Young flips it ahead. Davies flags it down. Davies to the goal, and it's taken away by Krenzen. Left wing Combs pulls up away from Young. Across to King from the high slot. He shoots. Save made by Hyder. Young has the rebound. And the net behind Hyder came off. Gladiators have possession, but they did blow the play dead as they exited the zone. 4:11 left in the first overtime. So they'll get that taken care of. Young to take the draw against Jalen Lipin. And Lipin's won it. Point to point. Moore from the right wing shoots. Blocked by Davies. Puck goes to Lipin. He'll spit it back to Moore. Across to the left point for King. Ladled down low to Pinard. Sauce back to the line. Lipin shot over the goal. Hits the end wall. Someone's dropped their stick. It belongs to King. Reaches back to pick it up as Carabia outlets to O'Brien. As Davies moving ahead. Chugging down the right wing, cuts inside. Davies shoots off the crossbar, and it stays out for the third time. Stingrays work it into the far corner. Gladiators press up ice. Cody Sylvester drags it over the attacking line. Slithering down the right wing, ladles it to the slot, off a stick, picks up the rebound in the far corner. Sent up top, Nychuk shoots off a stick and wide. Isley takes a whiff on the pass down low. Kicked out to center by Wilkins. Mateer keeps it away from Lipin. Swoops out from behind the net and stabs it to the far wall for Sylvester. Up ahead has Isley right wing. He'll prod the puck into the near corner where it's handled by Krenzen. 2:55 left in the first overtime. Nakbar in the neutral zone. Plugs it ahead for Guzzo. Patrick Guzzo into the far corner as his dump in met by Gaudette. Up ahead to Denemy, off the wall and out. Puck will skip to the red line where Krenzen blasts it back in. Gaudette behind Hyder, flushed out to the left wing. Outlets to Denemy. From the red line, dekes over to Stingray ice. Puck punched away. Combs over the Gladiator line, slowly, methodically, passes downhill for a shot by Guzzo that goes off the outside of the net. Now Nakbar in the near corner. Leaves it for Combs. Stutter step, tries to shake down Noling. Gets away from the pressure. Slings it around to the right corner where it's met by Neely and Mayer. Puck springs into the air. Gladiators able to get a touch on it. Neely off the wall. Gets it to the point but not out. Shoved deeper by Mayer. Puck around to the near wall. Gaudette up ahead to Nolan. Puck in the skates of Person at the scorer's table. It'll boomerang back to the Gaudette and the Gladiators defense. 1:45 left in the first overtime. Nolan angles it off the end wall. Left for Mayer by Bjorklund. Gladiators get fresh bodies on. As Moore chucks it up the ice for Person. It'll glance off his stick. Carabia jolts it ahead. Walter tracks it down, tries to chase it to the end wall. Paddled away by Bjorklund. Outlet pass off a stick and into the Gladiators bench. Good glove snag there from Cam Gaudette. And clock will stop with 1:19 left in the first overtime. Gladiators have hit iron 3 times in this overtime period. They have outshot the Stingrays 39-34 through almost 80 minutes of game time. Face off to the right of Bjorklund. Stingrays control behind their own net. They'll pass it to the near wall. Pinching is Carabia. Gets a stick on puck. Stingrays lift it over the head of Roost. And it's an icing with 65 seconds on the clock. I wonder if the concession stands are still open. I'm not really sure how that works in overtime. And you got to wonder about how this lengthy game might take its toll on these professional athletes. I mean, they are very well conditioned to play at this level, but at some point, an extended game of hockey will certainly take its toll. We'll see if fatigue becomes a factor. At the left point, it's Nychuk towards the goal, blocked by King and floated to the neutral zone. Locust tries to simmer it down, kept to the outside by Nychuk. In front of the Stingrays bench, Gladiators force it that way. And now out to the neutral zone. Hofer dumps it in deep. Mateer is there to collect it. 35 seconds left in overtime 1. Walter looking for McNamee. Off his stick to the end wall. Checks Krenzen at the boards. McNamee centers. Walter shoots. Saved made by Bjorklund. Then it stays out. Conroy at the right point takes a shot towards the goal. Flutters wide. Stingrays pick it free. 13 seconds left in the period. Gaudette simmers it down at his end. Over to Conroy, maybe one last gasp in the first overtime. Pass to the left wing for Davies. He'll snap a shot on goal right at the buzzer. And we are headed to a second overtime period. Go figure. The season stays alive in the form of another overtime period. Gladiators and Stingrays still tied up at 2. 15-minute intermission report between the first and second overtimes coming up next. You know, I normally don't like to play commercials during overtime, but I need a breather. So we'll see you in about 2 minutes. Gladiators and Stingrays tied up at 2. We're back after this.
Sudden death is coming.
Feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Sometimes life's collisions leave us feeling off balance. But at 100% Chiropractic, we know how to get you back on track. We don't just straighten you out, we empower you.
We educate you on how to get to the root cause and give you a play-by-play strategy on how to get you back to 100%.
We even use lasers.
Lasers!
Our $49 first experience includes a complete set of comprehensive chiropractic x-rays, a fit 3D scan, and your first life-changing adjustment. Visit us and break the ice. Discover the power of chiropractic care at 100%.
When you need inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger. For thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And low prices that add up to big savings, like over $600 in digital coupons each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Gwinnett Fire and Emergency Services is ready to answer the call, but we'd rather prevent them. Our free home safety survey includes checking smoke alarms, identifying common hazards, and reviewing your family's home escape plan. Schedule yours today.
Well, this is the longest game I've ever been a part of. 60 minutes, not enough. First overtime, not enough. We are into our second overtime report. We are going to head to a second overtime. And this game is still going. And this game started at 7:05 p.m. Eastern time. And who knows when it'll end. It is currently 10:26 Eastern Daylight Time here in North Charleston. And we go until it's over. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what is going on right now, let me lay down the law. Guy Chiarenza with you here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network, on Flow Hockey and YouTube. Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals. South Carolina leads the series 3-1, and we are currently in sudden death overtime. So, tied 2 apiece at the end of regulation. That means that whoever scores the next goal will win the game, and with the way the series is at right now, if South Carolina scores, they are off to the South Division Final. If the Gladiators score, they force a Game 6 on Monday night at Gas South Arena in Duluth, Georgia. And so, because of the overtime rules, you play 5-on-5 in overtime, much like you would in regulation, except you keep going until somebody scores. 20-minute overtime periods, 15-minute intermissions. We went through a first overtime period with nobody scoring, so we are off to the second overtime in about 12 minutes or so once we come out of this second overtime intermission report. You know, I always wondered what it would be like to be a part of a game like this. Now I know, and you know, the biggest shock to me is I didn't realize I'd be this hungry, and I now am very, very jealous of those of you who are at the watch parties over at Kokio and Moe's Barbecue. Hope everybody's still having a good time, and I have been told that everybody at Kokio is still going strong, so props to you guys. Props to everybody over there. It's getting late, but you know what the good thing is? It's a Friday night, and there's no better way to spend a Friday night as far as I'm concerned. And so we go until we are done. And I mentioned before that you might have to, at some point, play Eric Clapton's After Midnight. And you know, we're burning that midnight oil now. So get some coffee on the pots. Get those juices flowing. And we're going to keep on going here. And here is your scoring recap for those of you who are just joining us late into the night. Gladiators struck first with 3:40 left in the first period, which seems like an eternity ago. Gosh, that was almost 3.5 hours ago. Adam Isley from Cam Gaudette and Joey Cipollone makes it a 1-0 Gladiators lead. They held that lead at the end of the first period, made our way to the second. South Carolina got on the board as Ludwig Persson scored on a centering feed of a strip and steal from Charlie Combs. 1:58 into the second period to make it a 1-1 tie. He stood that way through 40 minutes. Into the third period, sneaky shot from Ryan Conroy off the wall to the left circle, ends up finding the twine. Alex Young, the lone assist, as Conroy scores 4:05 into the third. Stingrays retaliated to tie the game for a second time. Combs on the power play from Wilkins. And Moore was another pass from below the goal line to the slot. That was able to be tucked home by Combs. Power play goal for South Carolina is the most recent score of this game. As I mentioned before, Gladiators, Stingrays, scoreless through the first overtime period. And so now we are headed to the second overtime period. And for those of you, who, again, are unaware, we will take as many as we need. And for anybody who is curious and missed the first overtime intermission report, for anybody who is still listening at this point, or still watching, we're not that late into the night, although maybe some of the youngsters have gone to bed. Some more Gladiators, Stingrays lore. The longest playoff overtime game for either of these two franchises is actually the third longest game in ECHL history. It is Game 3 of the 2012 Eastern Conference quarterfinal against the Stingrays on April 6th of 2012. The game ended 4-19 into the fourth overtime period with South Carolina's Zach Tarkir scoring the game-winning goal. The game lasted 5 hours and 4 minutes. Right now we are at about 3.5 hours, give or take. The first overtime period opened at 9:51 local time. We are currently now at 10:30 local time. And so now we might just have to get somebody in the YouTube live chat to set an over-under on when Eastern Daylight Time this game ends. The next overtime period will open, let's call it about 10:40 local time, so see if somebody can set a line for that. It's been a very tight game. It's been a very tight series. 3 out of the prior 4 games were decided by 1 goal. South Carolina's 2-1 in those instances. We know this game is going to be decided by 1 goal. We know our final score is going to be 3-2. The question is who's gonna be the hero? Gladiators had their chances back in that first overtime period, and the thing was that they were taking their shots. The Gladiators were definitely taking their shots, and they actually rang the dinner bell 3 times in that overtime session. Crossbar, post, thrice. 3 times in the overtime period, and they just could not get one to go. And I thought Isaac Walter was tremendous in that overtime period for the Gladiators. Was robbed by Garen Bjorklund early in the overtime session and then rang the puck off the post on a later chance. Also thought Josh Davies has been a driving force for the Gladiators here so far through overtime. And Eric Neely also seemed to find his skating legs there in that overtime session as well. So everybody's chipping in here in a game like this, and you need to dig deep. Everybody's been eating at their minutes so far here tonight. Everybody's got playing time. So you can't go to Coach Ginn about that after this. Everybody's been playing. Everybody's got minutes. And it feels like it's going to be a greasy goal to end this thing, huh? That's how these things usually go. Friday night hockey presented by Freddy's. I think Freddy's is open till 11. You might want to check me on that. But if you have not already, and I swear I'm not that hungry, but Freddy's, 2230 Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. Make sure you stop by, get a cook-to-order steak burger and fresh frozen custard. Again, Friday night hockey presented by Freddy's in the longest game of the season. Take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard, see if some other scores have gone final. They have. Another overtime game here today. The Reading Royals stave off elimination as they beat the Wheeling Nailers 3-2 in one overtime session. Wheeling now leads that series 3-1. Final in Adirondack. The Maine Mariners take a stranglehold lead on that series 3-1 with a 5-4 win over the Adirondack Thunder. And it's official. The South Division Final will run through Estero. The Florida Everblades complete the sweep of the Savannah Ghost Pirates. They win 5-2 in Savannah earlier on in the day/evening. And that leaves our game, the only game that is still open and left to be decided. Everybody's talking about food in the live chat. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. You know, I am hungry, but I'm not that hungry. At some point, the hunger will pass. I'm hungry for a Gladiators goal. I'm hungry for a Game 6. Somebody put the puck in the back of the net. We're 5 minutes away from the second overtime session. And I think some Stingrays fans from behind me are falling asleep. And just really a murmur in the building. Not really a whole lot going on. And I got to wonder what the players are doing right now down in the locker room. Just trying to stay hydrated, get some food in their bodies. Just find a way to crank it up a notch in the second overtime period and find a way to end this thing. Ethan Hyder has been phenomenal for his club. Garen Bjorklund has been phenomenal for his. I mean, yeah, everybody's stretching out here in the overtime period. I mean, we played 80 minutes of hockey. We're going to see at least another minute more. And so, fans, you can make your pick as who is going to score the overtime winning goal. What are you guys talking about in the YouTube live chat? Everybody's talking about food. This is the quickest moving I've ever seen the YouTube live chat. I actually can't keep up with this one. This crowd has been awesome. Thank you everybody who has tuned into this game so far here tonight. We got people at Kokio, at Moe's. They've all got food, which is good. Heard that they're still going strong, having a great time. This game's still going strong. I'm hanging around. Guy Chiarenza with you here on the Gladiators Broadcast Network on Flow Hockey and YouTube. And, thank you for all the love. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Nice to feel some love from back at home. Stingray fans have not been all that nice at times. It is a tough crowd. You can't please everybody. You really can't. I mean, it is what it is. If they have any comments or concerns, they can send me an email. I'll look at it tomorrow morning, or maybe if this game goes into tomorrow morning, maybe I'll look at it after the game. Who knows? But we'll see if this crowd is able to keep that level of atmosphere as the game goes on. I mean, everybody and their fatigue level might start to play a factor in this game. Well, you sure know the officials have hit the ice with this Charleston crowd. Four-man crew led by referees Nolan Bloiter and Hayden Verbeek. Linesman Shane Gustafson, Brian Pincus. And, you guys are special. You guys are awesome. I love this YouTube live chat. This chat has been awesome all season long. It's been so much fun, and big props to everybody who's watching on Flow Hockey as well. We don't forget about you either. Trust me, we don't. We're about 2 minutes away from the second overtime period. It is our fifth period of the game, for those of you who are still keeping counts. Joe Mama, it is not past your bedtime. You can't leave yet. And you know what? I'm officially signing a decree on behalf of the Atlanta Gladiators organization. I am putting... Well, I really can't sign an executive order. That would have to come from President Jared Youngman. I am signing the Guy Chiarenza seal of approval right here. I, Guy Chiarenza, say that you can take this clip of our YouTube audio feed of this Gladiators broadcast heading into the second overtime. You can send it to your bosses and see if you can take off work tomorrow, because you're staying up to watch this game. I'm staying up to watch this game. And at some point, this thing's going to end, and it may or may not be in the second overtime period. Send that to your bosses. Got to be worth something. Both teams back out onto the ice for the second overtime period. And the Gladiators are wearing their blue jerseys, or white jerseys. Oh gosh, you know it's getting late. White jerseys with blue numbers and Gladiator gold trim. They'll skate from right to left. Stingrays wearing their red jerseys with white numbers and blue trim will skate from left to right here in the second overtime. Well, it's either going to be a fantastic Friday night or a sensational Saturday morning, depending on what the outcome may be. Both of those aforementioned things if the Gladiators win. So here it is. We are approaching the second overtime period. Neither team scored in the first overtime period. Tied up at 2 here in Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals. Gladiators win. They force a Game 6 on Monday at Gas South Arena. Stingrays score. They win the game, and they are off to play the Florida Everblades in the South Division Final. Puck is down for OT period 2. All tied up at 2. Stingrays slam the puck around the boards into the near corner. Puck reverses to the far. Person gets a chip on it. Nychuk gets a body on puck as Combs tried to center towards the net mouth. Gladiators will carry out to center. Davies with some speed out of the intermission period. Driving down the left wing wall. Feathers it across. Puck bounces to the goal. Young slaps it wide, batting it out of the air. Kings lost his stick as Roosts pulls up behind the net. From the far corner, looks to the interior. Austin Roost hanging on. Surveying his options. He's up to the right point for Mateer. Shot from there, blocked in front. Young able to reel in the rebound. Trades it off to Roost in the right corner. Puck is sent out to the neutral zone. Mateer snatches it. Now Nychuk enters on the left wing, spins away, centers for a shot. Saved by Bjorklund on McNamee. And our first whistle of the second overtime comes 1:01 in. Face off to the right of Garen Bjorklund. Shot count 41-34 at this point. For those of you interested, Gladiators outshot the Stingrays 9-5 in the first overtime session. And keep in mind, 3 shots ring off the post, which does not count as a shot on goal. Puck out of play in the neutral zone. And a face-off move right at center circle. Aggressive call there from Shane Gustafson, our linesman. Looking a bit like Trevor Wimmer and Alex Hobbs, 2 of our very own in the front office, who referee at the Ice Forum from time to time. They also play there too, along with the president, Jaron Youngman. Roost against Leipen at center circle. 1:07 gone by in OT2. Gladiators pump it down to the Stingray end wall. South Carolina tries to clink it out. Held in by Walter at the near point. Serves it down into the corner for McNamee. Trying to ladle it to Roost. Puck picked off his stick by Pinard. Puts it ahead to Leipen. Dropped off for Wilkins. Right wing shot off a body. Rebound to Rodzinski. Threads it back to Pinard. Slap shot eaten up by Hyder. Had Wilkins lurking right in his kitchen, but Ethan Hyder able to see that one through. Stops the clock with 1:35 gone by in the second overtime. Face off to the left of Hyder. Cipollone against Locust. And tied up off the draw. Shot blocked. Cipollone stabs at it. Sylvester outlets to Isley. Isley scored way back in the first period, if you can believe that. And Mayer ices the puck, was on the wrong side of the red line. He's trying to protest his case, but he is going to need a better lawyer. And this faceoff will come back into the South Carolina end to the left of Garen Bjorklund, who has played in all 5 games in this series. Bjorklund, the former 6th-round draft pick of the Washington Capitals back in 2020, with who his contract is under. 41-35, the shots on goal in favor of the Gladiators. Cipollone to take the draw against Locust. Locust has won it. Relays it to Mayer. Outlets to Funk. He'll skate it over the red line. A brush at left wing for Howardchuk. Snapshot goes wide of Hyder. Puck caroms out to the neutral zone, handled by Adam Isley. Tried to ladle it to Sylvester. Miscommunication. Stingrays pick up the free puck. And they'll take it back into their own end and start the next charge. Rodzinski over the red line. Blasts it from corner to corner. On the far side, it's Neely. Tangled up with Hofer. Puck goes to the trapezoid. Back into the far corner it goes. Lock it up to Neely. And up ahead to Nolan. Hit him in the shoulder. Ends up going to Krenzen. Off a stick and into the Gladiator zone. Puck will trickle all the way to the corner. Nychuk takes the puck away from Hofer. Moves it up the ice to Nolan. Off the wall to Neely with a burst of steam. Neely to the goal for a backhand shot. Saved made by Bjorklund. Neely went crashing into the cage. Net comes off and the whistle blows. Eric Neely has found his skating legs here in overtime. Pass off the wall. 34-year-old Eric Neely cutting to the net, taking a chunk of the crossbar with him. Good play there. And the face-off will be in the neutral zone because the net came off. And so it'll be on the near side of the Stingrays' blue line. Cipollone against Cooley at the dot. Fans win the draw. They shove it around to the trapezoid. Bjorklund leaves it for Moore. Chopped up the boards to Combs. Lifted out to center. Fielded by Gaudet. Conroy from the right wing shovels it ahead. Cipollone gains the attacking line and shoots. Snap shot blocked by King. He collapses to the ground. Bit of a stinger there. King having trouble getting back up. As the Stingrays take it up the ice. Combs centers. Cooley pushes it down low. Moore is now off. Crenson joins the play. Shot by Moore. Turned away by Hyder. And Moore is off. Excuse me. King is off. There's a long shot reeled in by Hyder. King is off to the Stingrays locker room. So now South Carolina down to 5 defensemen. After DJ King blocked that shot. King leaves the game at the 3:25 mark of the second overtime. Face off to the left of Hyder. Roost wins it against Jalen Lipin. Chuck shuttles it ahead for Walter off his stick. Tried to headman to McNamee. That would not go. And now the Stingrays direct it into Gladiator ice. Activating his Chuck to slug it out to the neutral zone. Now Lipin trying to get it to Walter. Broken up by McNamee. Long toss. Handled by Bjorklund. And he'll leave it for Rodzinski. Up ahead. Boxed off the stick of Pinard. Chuck once again all over him. Stingrays have to rethink things. As it's Rodzinski from the far corner, ladling it to the scorer's table for Pinard. Cross ice to Funk. Puck taken away by Isley. Over the blue line, Isley takes a shot, blocked by Mayer. Now he goes careening into the corner. Carabia, point to point for Jarvis. He will shoot, deflection, sends the puck wide. Jarvis at the red line. Chips the puck ahead to Isley. Scrambling down the wall. Prods it to the end wall. Spears it away from Mayer. Along the right wing, it is Cipollone. Steering it around to the left corner. Activating is Jarvis with the pinch. Bodies meet at the end wall. Sylvester right in the thick of it. Puck taken away. Chucked up ice. Carabia keeps it away from Howard Chuck, who was trying to fan at the puck to create a turnover. Carabia dumps it in. We're about 5 minutes into the second overtime period. Stretch puck off a stick. Gaudet takes it away from Howard Chuck. Neely has it in open space as the Gladiators move in transition. Neely centers. Denemy hanging on. Passing lane was broken up by Crenson. Now Gaudet point to point went to Conroy, but he had vacated the area. Now Hofer drops the puck behind Hyder, fielded by Gaudet. Heaves it ahead to Denemy. Over the red line, whirls it around the boards to the right corner. King back in the game. Only missed a few minutes of action. Gets a piece of the puck as Nakbar takes it over the red line and blasts it into the near corner. Nychuk keeps it away from Hofer on the forecheck. Mateer along the near boards. Puts it off the wall to Denemy. Cross ice for Nolan. Has some space at the circle for a shot. Save made by Bjorklund. Now Stan Cooley springs into action. Has Person left wing. Person shoots. Hyder the save. And he's got it. With 6:01 gone by in the second overtime. Faceoff will be to the right of Ethan Hyder. We're approaching 11 p.m. local time here in the Eastern time zone. 10:49 to be exact. 13:59 left in the second overtime. Game 5 of the South Division Semifinals tied up at 2. South Carolina leads the series 3-1. Tied up off the draw. Jarvis will snatch the loose puck. Fires left wing to Davies. He loses it upon entry. Combs brushes left wing for Cooley. Rimmed around the glass and by Hyder into the near corner. Jarvis. Up ahead, bouncing puck. Handled by Alex Young. Gains the attacking line. Young shoots off a stick. Handled by the glove of Wilkins in the near corner. Pressured by Isley. Stingrays escape the heat. They'll lob it to Mateer waiting at his own blue line. And now Davies just smacks it into the Stingrays zone, gets off for a line change. South Carolina pumps it into the far corner of the Gladiator zone. Pinard centers, backdoor, Lipin, robbed by Hyder. Puck is free. It leaks to the left wing. Mayer a shot off a body, and it stays out. First scramble sequence of the second overtime. Mayer a shot, goes wide. Now McNamee looking up ice. Tried to spring Walter ahead. Active stick takes the puck away. Now it's Wilkins. Tries to cut down the left wing. Shaken down by Nychuk. Outlets to Walter. Motoring down the right wing. They'll leave it behind the net for Roost. The rookie. Ladles it up top. Gaudette holds. Fires to McNamee behind the net. McNamee slithers to the forehand. Scanning the interior. Left wing shot. Sticked away by Bjorklund. And the puck spat the length of the ice. Icing. With 12:17 left in the second overtime. Huge save from Ethan Hyder. Yeah, the spotlight's on him. Put the camera on Ethan Hyder. As we on Flow Hockey, take a look at this. Puck across the Lipin. Hyder diving. Doesn't want the season to end. And the Gladiators are able to somehow, some way, find a way. So we keep going. Face off to the left of Bjorklund. Cipolone against Lipin at the dot. Cipolone wins it. Slap it up to the point. Conroy to the slot for a shot. That goes wide. Sylvester took it. Missed the net. Now Hofer barrels down the right wing. Puck stabbed away by Gaudette. He's had a great game in his return to the series. Did not play in games 3 and 4. Rodzinski up ahead to Guzzo. Quick touch pass back to the former Steelhead. Slugs it around the boards into the near corner. Conroy brushes it to Jarvis on the far side. Outlets to Isley, off balance. A boomerang back to Jarvis and the Gladiators defense. Atlanta gets a change in the forward group. Nolan, Neely, and Denemy hit the ice. Nychuk off the stick of Denemy and in. Puck will tumble to the trapezoid. Bjorklund comes out to play it. Nolan puts on some pressure as the puck makes its way to the far wall. Gathered by Korabia at center. Taken away by Howardchuk. Looks to center. Swept away by Jarvis. Howardchuk steals it back. Centering feed intercepted by Nolan. Plugs it ahead and chases after it. Into the far corner. Neely along the wall. Turns and shoots. Blocked by Locust. Puck in the near corner, grabbed by Nolan, sent to the line for Nychuk. Long shot, blocked in front. Neely has the rebound. Centers for Nolan, shot blocked. Rodzinski ate it up, and Funk will twist it to center for Howardchuk. A backhand stab on the dump in. 10:39 left in the second overtime. Mateer will lead the charge. Up ahead has Young over the attacking line. Young shoots, blocked by King. Davies has the rebound, makes his way up high, turns and shoots. Save is made, the rebound put in! It's in! Joey Cipolone wins the game in double overtime! The Gladiators will drag the Stingrays back to Duluth. Game 6 on Monday night! 9:44 into the second overtime. Joey Cipolone sweeps it in, and the Gladiators force a 6th game. Wow! What a game! Game 6 on Monday night, Gas South Arena. Stingrays lead this series 3-2. The Atlanta Gladiators win their first playoff game since 2009 in overtime. Final score 3-2, Joey Cipolone, the overtime hero.
With assist by number 12, Josh Davies, and number 13, Alex Young.
Josh Davies and Alex Young assist. on Joey Cipollone's overtime winner. You knew it was going to be a greasy goal. You knew it was going to be. The keys to the game, Matt Ginn said we got to take away the net front. We have to find a way to make life difficult for Garen Bjorklund. And that is how the Gladiators win Game 5. The Atlanta Gladiators are coming home. They win their first playoff overtime game in double overtime since 2009. And they end a streak of 5 straight overtime losses to keep their season alive. Joey Cipollone, the overtime hero, scores 9:44 into the second overtime from Josh Davies and Alex Young to extend this series to a 6th game. And you said it, Peach Fuzz. Glad's Mania is alive and well. We'll see you back on Monday night for Game 6. Gladiators and the Stingrays, the series that just keeps on giving. And this one ends in a thriller. All right, let's wrap this thing up. Let's get to the post-game show. All right, here's how we got here. This game was the most incredible game I've been a part of. And it started at 7:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. They dropped the puck, played some hockey. Gladiators, their backs against the wall, trailed the series 3-1. Adam Isley opens the scoring with 3:40 left in the first period, which was about almost 4 hours ago. Oh my gosh, almost 4 hours ago. He scores 4-on-4 from Gaudet and Cipollone to make it a 1-0 Gladiator lead. South Carolina responded to tie the game. 1:58 into the second period of regulation. Ludwig Persson from Charlie Combs made it a 1-1 game. That was our score after 2 periods. Made our way to the third. Sneaky shot from Ryan Conroy, the left circle. Ends up going into the back of the net. 4:05 into the third. Gladiators take a 2-1 lead. Stingrays respond with a power play goal. Charlie Combs takes the pass from below the goal line from Josh Wilkins for the score. That goal came with 10:41 left in the third period. And the score was tied for almost exactly 30 minutes. Like that. Hang on. It's kind of late. Let me put my University of Utah math to rest. If that's 10, 20, 40. 40 minutes. 40 minutes of game time as make our way through the rest of the third period without any goals. We go to the first overtime period. Gladiators rang the dinner bell 3 times. And yeah, everybody's hungry. I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. Yeah, everybody's hungry. They did not score in the first overtime period, but did outshoot the Stingrays 9-5. In the second overtime period, the Gladiators outshoot the Stingrays 7-3. Shot count is a final 47-37 in favor of the Gladiators. Joey Cipollone, the overtime hero, sweeps in the loose puck in front of Bjorklund. Wins it 9:44 into double overtime. And the Gladiators have forced a Game 6 at Gas South Arena on Monday night. So, tickets are available. They will be available on AtlantaGladiators.com, or you can go to our social media platforms. Get your tickets for Game 6, now to be confirmed. 7:10 puck drop. It'll be a 6:50 pregame show on the Gladiators Broadcast Network, and we might have to really condense that highlight pack for this game because there certainly was a lot of action in the course of regulation and the overtime period and a half. But they did it. The Atlanta Gladiators did it. Their backs against the wall. You know, the mantra coming to the season was one battle, and that battle fights on. And the battle's coming home. Gladiators will look to win their first home playoff game since 2013, and they have to win it. Looking to stave off elimination for the second time. This game is going to be critical, so make sure you get your tickets, again, AtlantaGladiators.com. Game 6 on Monday night. You know, I told everybody in the office, don't make any plans for Monday night. Sometimes you just got a feeling. This game lasted 3 hours and 43 minutes. The 3 stars of the game, Joey Cipollone, who scored the overtime winner. Ethan Hyder is your second star, stopping a whopping 35 of 37. Got to give credit to Garen Bjorklund as well, though. Stopped 44 of 47. Really was one of the reasons why this game lasted as long as it went. Gladiators go 0 for 3 on the power play and 1 for 2 on the penalty kill. And your leader in the shot clubhouse, as the Gladiators outshoot the Stingrays 47 to 37, is Alex Young with 7 shots on goal. And that should be a surprise to no one, as he led the Gladiators in shots on goal in the regular season. Josh Wilkins led the shot count for the Stingrays with 7 as well. And so, that is it. Charlie Combs is your third star of the night, as the Gladiators stave off elimination and win Game 5 by the final score of 3-2 in double overtime. So, once again, this is Guy Chiarenza saying, if you take this clip of our YouTube broadcast, the Gladiators... Actually, let me restart. This is Guy Chiarenza of the Gladiators Broadcast Network, thanking you for watching this presentation of the ECHL and a game that lasted 3 hours and 43 minutes. This game wrapped up at just short of 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Please excuse your employee from work tomorrow, or at least give them a late start time, as this game certainly was a long one, and it certainly was very taxing on their mental health and their heart health as well. They need a chance to catch a break, and please do them a favor and let them call off work tomorrow, and don't waste a day of PTO. There you go. Guy Chiarenza helping out Glads Nation, and Joey Cipollone will help Gladiators Nation rest easy. Once again, your final score, the Gladiators 3, the Stingrays 2. Got a bus to catch. Gladiators are headed back home. We will await Game 6 on Monday night at Gas South Arena. 7:10 puck drop, 6:50 pregame show. Thanks for watching this presentation of the ECHL. I'm Guy Chiarenza saying good night and so long, and thank goodness it's still Friday night. I'm going to go eat a sandwich.